Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Interior CS Kipchumba Murkomen says some reported abduction cases in the country could be staged. Murkomen claimed some people may be faking their own disappearances to gain public sympathy and damage the government's image. The CS also referred to a recent report about former Cabinet Secretary Raphael Tuju being missing, saying investigators later indicated the situation might not have been an abduction.
Aliposikia polisi wako gate, akaita media, kasoma habari akasema nilikuwa nimejificha. Yet his family walikuwa wameenda police station. You know, these theatrics must come to a stop. And these repetitive theatrics must come to a stop. And I want to ask the judiciary to become very vigilant. If we bring people who are abducting themselves before the court of law, you must take the severest action against them.
Meanwhile, the DCI boss Mohamed Amin also dismissed claims that Tuju was abducted, stating that investigations indicated he remained at his current residence during the period he was reported to have disappeared. Tuju is currently being held at the current police station as probe into the case continues.
And based on solid intelligence and meticulous forensic analysis, the Directorate of Criminal Investigations conclusively, and I'm saying this without an iota of doubt, that Honorable Raphael Tuju was physically present within his residence throughout the period in question. Even at the precise time, his mobile phone was switched off at 18 hours on 21st of March 2026. He was at his current residence.
A Nairobi court has withdrawn charges against 3 directors of Nairobi Hospital. The 3 had been accused of failing to submit financial statements to the Registrar of Companies. Prosecutor Nora Otieno told the court the DPP wants the charges against Barclay Mogere Onyambo, Magdalene Koki Mudhoka, and John Nyiro Mwero withdrawn under Section 87A of the Criminal Procedure Code as the case undergoes further review.
In principle, the defense have no issues with withdrawal. And Mr. Kanjama urged this court to make an application to withdraw this matter under Section 202 of the CPC. Looking at this section, it only applies where a matter was scheduled for hearing. The complainant who had notice to appear and testify failed to do so. On application, the state can then make an application to dismiss the charge and withdraw under Section 202. It is not applicable in this scenario. The state has given reason why they are making this application for review. It's on the grounds of for withdrawal. It's on the ground of review. I will therefore allow the application.
A Colombian Air Force plane has crashed in the south of the country, leaving at least 8 people dead. Air Force Commander Carlos Fernando said 114 Army personnel were on board, as well as 11 crew. He said 48 people were pulled from the plane wreckage with injuries and were in hospital. The cause of the crash is being investigated. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast. Curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast. Your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights. Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you. Welcome to Radio Generation. This is the People's Breakfast. My name is Mung'ala and I'm with City Muge in the studio. City, habari asubuhi waambaje?
Salama sana.
Uko fit kabisa?
Nashukuru.
Hii weather inakupeleka namna gani?
Weather iko sawa.
Iko tu sawa? Hamsumbani now. I don't see you wearing those whatever they are, the gloves. Ukonazo kwa mfuko.
Once this place is not cold.
It's warm enough.
Yes. But when I wake up, not walk to the vehicle, it's cold. I simply avoid the exposure of the cold. Once my hand is warmed,
you're good to go.
I am good.
Sawa. Mimi pia nasikia niko mzima wa afya, sina chochote, sina bugdha wala kutekerenyeka figo, na ndio maana leo itakuwa an awesome day. Speaking of which, it is the 24th of March, and this is what this day is remembered for. For example, NATO initiated airstrikes against Yugoslavia in 1999. Tunapendanga vita tena sana.
No. Go, if you go a little further into history, there's a reason why that happened.
But they couldn't have spoken. They couldn't have called each other on the phone and be like, "Yo, what's up? What's up, man? What's up, bro?"
I think they had.
But the other bro was like, "What? Unaongelesha nani wewe? Unaongelesha nani wewe?"
There's something you must always have as a reference when you're referring to Europe. There is no part of the globe that has had wars like Europe. None whatsoever. Yeah. How do you reconcile with the fact that these are people who fought each other for centuries?
Yes.
Not decades, centuries. By the time they arrived at these democracies that we hear over the peace, man, those guys had killed each other. Yes. So when you hear of a war in one part of the world, you want to ask, so which one are they fighting now?
Yes.
And what has brought it back? And if you look at what it is, there is some very interesting history behind it. But
right.
Please proceed.
Then in 2002, we have Halle Berry. Do you know Halle Berry?
It's a lovely lady who acts.
Yeah, she's an actress, yes. So Halle Berry became the first black actress to win an Oscar for a leading role, and Denzel Washington won Best Actor. Do you know Denzel?
Namjua yule jamaa.
Okay, sasa hawa watu wawili became the first blacks. The first black actress was Halle Berry. I think there has been a black actor before winning something. So Denzel
alikuwa anaitwa Sydney.
Sydney what?
Poitier.
Sydney Potter.
No, Poitier, Poitier. Poitier.
Sydney Poitier. Okay.
Sio Potter.
Poitier. Sydney Poitier.
Ukigoogle huyu jamaa utakuta alitangulia katika hayo.
Alipata vitu kama hizi
Alitangulia.
Lakini mwaka wa 2002 mwanadada Halle Berry alikuwa wa kwanza mwanamke wa kike, mwanamke wa rangi nyeusi kushinda hiki kitu.
Mwanamke wa kike Mwafrika.
Huyu Mwafrika kweli huyu?
Bwana, kwa Mwafrika bwana, thibitisho ya Afrika sio mahali unakoishi. Ni asili yako.
Lakini kule India, unaitanga Indian subcontinent, kuna Wahindi weusi lakini wale si wa Afrika.
The features are not negroid, brother.
Yes. But they are black. I'm trying to establish a fact here.
Sio, wajua rangi, you're right.
Yes.
Rangi inakuja na vitu na vitu ambavyo tunaongezea. Sawa? So okay. You're right because
yes.
No, you're very right.
Yes.
Because ukiangalia even some of what they call the indigenous communities.
Yes.
In Latin America. Kuna wengine weusi
sana ndio. Kama kule Brazil.
Na sio watu wetu ambao walipelekwa kule. Ni wao tu.
Asili yao.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So that is that about Halle Berry 2002.
Ukienda Australia. Si in Australia.
Australia kule. Najua Australia.
Pia kuna weusi pale.
Wale aborigines. Aboriginals. Ama wanaitangwa ni aboriginals. Naonanga wale wakiwa weusi na nywele yao ni nyeupe hivi.
Kwa Afrika.
Yes. So you want to say that those are blacks that moved there back in the day during the Great Ice Age?
No, the continental drift.
If you believe what? You want to say something?
The continental drift.
Of course. Who doesn't believe in it?
No. Some people don't even know it, so they can't believe in something they don't know.
All right. You're right. But wait. How would you have gone through an education system and you don't know about this continental drift?
So very easily. So very easily.
Especially kama ulisomea 844, I'm sure maybe inafunzwa CBC. Lazima uko unajua hii. Kama ulienda shule na kuelewa. Lakini kama ulienda shule, bwana, continental drift.
How many people actually remember the things that they have read in primary school. Even
I hardly remember things I learned in campus. So
yes, exactly. So I'm simply saying,
yes,
the way the human brain works is you state these things as a reminder. For some, it will be the first time they hear of it, and the understanding was that what we call the mass of Earth wasn't always as fragmented by water as it is now.
It was known as Pangea.
That's yes. Wale ambao wanasoma na wanazipatia majina wanazita hivyo.
All right. Asante sana Mwalimu City.
Yes.
Kwa wale hawajui ya kwamba kuna wakati mmoja all these continents were one huge landmass.
So these fellows who have features like the rest of us on this continent,
yes,
it's not by accident. The continent that you see ilikuwa pamoja na wao pia. Wao pia walihusika, walijihusisha na walikuwa katika jumuiya yetu.
Ndio.
Yes.
Haya, sawa. Asante sana City Muga. Sasa tupe methali yetu ya leo. Inatoka wapi in kwenda wapi?
Jana ilitoka wapi kwani? Nakuuliza jana ilitoka wapi?
Jana tulikuwa katika nchi fulani inaipenda sana ambayo inajulikana kama Angola, ambao capital city yao ni Luanda.
Good for you. Right.
Nakumbuka haya mambo. Hata nakumbuka methali yenyewe.
It is the 7th largest country in Africa. 7th largest.
Yes.
It is bordered by Namibia, DRC,
right,
Zambia, and the Atlantic Ocean.
Beautiful country.
Right. When people speak English and they're African,
yes,
the countries that were colonized by these people who speak the English language are called Anglophone.
Yes.
What are the French called?
Francophone.
And the Portuguese?
Portophone.
Thank you, Paul Bovey.
What are they called though?
Lusophone.
Lusophone.
I believe it or not.
Yeah. I think I've ever heard of that word before. But now I'm hearing it again. But I feel like I'm hearing it for the first time. So lusophone, eh?
Yeah, lusophone.
All right. Those what about the folks that were colonized by Italians? Do we have a word for them? All right. And the Germans?
How pia? Wakipata?
Yes.
Tutatuambia.
Aye. Sawa. So Angola walikuanga wamekamatwa pale na
Portuguese.
Na Portuguese. Okay.
Sawa baba. Sasa methali. Useless to warn a man who has made up his mind.
Useless to warn a man who's made up his mind.
Yes.
Really? I mean, I like the methali for sure, but I find that actually it's easy to convince a man as opposed to convincing a woman or warning a woman, especially a woman in love. Men, we tend to listen to reason.
Not true. If we use the same premise, same argument,
right?
A man in love,
ni ngumu sana kumtoa pale akili yake.
Na mapenzi imejaa roho.
Ama mwanaume ako na pesa. Those two people are very difficult to
wewe unaongea na yeye kama nani?
Mwanaume ambaye ako in love, unaweza mwambia bwana bro, this woman of yours anatumia pesa yako sana.
Paul, it doesn't work.
Umwambie City, this woman of yours na mwananga sasa ukitoka hivi anenanga hivi kwa kina John.
Paul, it doesn't work. A man who has determined that
is unwarnable,
that he is in love.
It's a rap.
And rafiki yako? Atataambia demo. Paul anasema nini?
Anashinanga akiniambia ati venye wewe ni mbaya, wewe ni mzee, unatumia pesa yangu sana.
That lady, if she's the gutsy kind, will come and tell you, wewe, nugu.
You're absolutely right.
She'll come and tell you kwanza wewe.
Yeah.
Hutaliko kwa harusi. Jua.
I have
number 2. Huyu rafiki yako na huyu. Mimi nakupa guarantee.
Right.
Kwisha.
Me, I warn my brothers. Nawaambianga ukweli. Mimi machali best wangu.
It is a good thing.
Mimi nawaambia, especially if I see them getting into a relationship with someone and I know this character, I tell them by this city.
This particular lady,
this person
is in favor of a multi-party system.
Exactly.
Yes.
Or I know this lady from somewhere, and that background, I hope you know about it. You know, I will tell you, but
everybody has a background.
No, but I'll let you know. No,
Because
but unajua dem alikuanga pale na alikuanga na nani na akona watoto wawili, you know that because in this day and age that we live in, CTC kila mtu anasemanga ukweli. At least
you think in our time people were honest? Or less honest or more honest? No. In every era, you people happen to be more. You people, as in people of a generation.
Right.
Mkutu wengi. And what is peculiar about your time is you live in the information age.
Yes.
So information is easily attainable, it is easily verifiable, and it is easily disseminated.
I once warned a friend of mine and I told him, yo, I know this chick from a different lifetime and I know the kind of things that she's into. I hope you know these things.
And did that relationship...
He was like, but no, squeeze your coffee, good time, good bro. I just needed to let you know, ndio ikitoke usipatikane off guard. Then something happened. Then he called me crying in the middle of the night. Mbufu uliniambia. Udem kumena kwanga hivyo. So that's that, man.
This crying, if I may ask.
Yeah.
Had you spent a lot of money?
There was for sure money was involved, yes.
Right. You see why? Because I'm thinking of a full-grown man calling in the middle of the night, crying, so that he's fallen out of love. Maybe his heart is broken. We understand all that.
Yes.
But bro, where there's money that has been spent, that breaks in many more pieces.
It's very painful.
Unalilia pesa kwanza.
Alafu unalilia mapenzi.
In fact, no, mapenzi yakuja third. Unalilia vile udanganywa.
It's bad, It's bad.
Look, it is a growth process, but I would be a little considerate. By the time you find somebody pulling that sort of stance,
yes,
please don't put them into a box and describe them as a certain type of person. There is something that happened to that person that got them to where they are.
Yes.
That thinking, because it's mercenary. There's something.
City, I don't judge, but I will not let you, if you're my buddy, I will not let you get into a relationship with someone, and I'll not tell you that by this person is bad. I'll just let you know. Do you know that in 1989 she did this? Do you know that in 2002 she did this? Do you know by the last week this is what I know about her? And that's it. I'll let you make the decision whether to continue the relationship or not, because at the end of the day, it's not mine. And maybe that thing that I'm telling you about is what attracted you to her. So I'll just let you know that this is what I know. All the best, bro. But I love that methali. An amazing one. I want to get into this mambo ya tuju hapa kidogo. You'll find this story on our website, that is radiogeneration.co.ke. Tuju staged his disappearance according to the DCI. In a strange... Did you watch this by the in the news yesterday?
No, what time was the news?
Actually, during the day. I think he resurfaced sometime in the morning. That is Tuju. So he resurfaced, he gave a few statements, he called a press conference, and he was with Kalonzo Musyoka, Eugene Wamalwa, his driver Steve, he's called Steven, Steve Mwanga, I think it was. He was also with former Attorney General, what's his name again? We hosted him here. Muturi, JB.
He's called Justin Bedan Muturi.
Exactly. So, I mean, he had a couple out, even our guest who didn't show up yesterday, Ndegwa, Njiru, and several other individuals. They were there. It
was an opposition moment.
Yes, it was. And Raphael Tuju gave an account of his whereabouts. He said that, look, I was followed by some vehicle which I believe had followed me before. This time around, it didn't have number plates, and I was like, hell no, I am not waiting to be abducted. So I maneuvered, found my way somehow to lose the vehicle within Karen area, and then I found myself into Kiambu County, where I was hosted by a gracious family, and they didn't even ask me details. They just told me, you know what, come in. Wakampatia refuge until when he surfaced yesterday. So according to DCI, they say, look, number one, we were monitoring his phone. He switched it off at 6:18 on the day that he apparently or allegedly disappeared. Then number two, after
power Elisha, he switched it off.
He switched, according to DCI, he switched off his phone. And the phone was switched off in his house. And according to CS Murkomen, specifically in his bedroom.
Right.
How they know where his bedroom is, I don't know.
Well, they probably...
but the point is, wanasema specifically,
okay.
Simu ilizimiwa kwa bedroom.
Do you know, we have to ask here.
Yep.
There are people who switch off their phones.
So,
is it a routine thing that he does?
True.
Or was it something that he did on that specific day?
Do you know?
I've never done before.
Do you know the last time I switched my phone?
No.
I think it's been over a year. But that is not germane to this conversation.
It's very germane to this conversation.
Let's
because
get back to Tuju.
the people who don't switch off their phones at any given moment in time,
Yeah.
they're those who switch off their phones.
I actually do not let my phone run out of charge. Every time my phone gets to 30%, I have to charge it back up to 100. And I have several power banks to ensure that...
In several places.
Yes. Yeah, I have a power bank in my car, I have a power bank in the house, I have a power bank in Ushago. So I'll never be caught off guard that stima zimeenda sasa, I'll be mteja for the next 3 days. Unless I was caught somewhere in the bundu. So what I'm trying to say about Honorable Tuju, DCI is saying that this gentleman is not being honest. Alizima simu akiwa ndani ya nyumba yake. And the fact that they were even denied access when he disappeared, when they were searching for him, they were like... well, like something is off. Hakuna vile familia itatuambia that, look, our person is missing, and we as DCI, we want to come in and look for clues, perhaps in his house. It could be, we could find a clue in his bedroom, we could find a clue in your kitchen, we could even find a clue in your, what is it called?
It's called sitting room.
Your pantry or sitting room, as to perhaps what has happened to him, So they said that the family denied them access into the house, but they kept guard within the not within but outside the compound. So they guarded his gate, they guarded his perimeter. They did not see him get in, they did not see him get out. But somehow this guy resurfaced inside his compound to give a press conference, press statement, or press whatever it is.
You don't believe in miracles?
I actually do believe in miracles. I have witnessed miracles happening in my own life and in the lives of the people that I love. But here, Tuju kidogo, I don't know, man.
He could not be found.
Yeah.
He has now been found.
Mm-hmm.
Okay?
Yes.
So, are we okay?
He was arrested in a very dramatic way. So, at GSU, the police came in. They wanted to arrest him, but because he was in the presence of Akina Kalonzo akasema, look, we are his lawyers. We will comply with your demands. Munatakaje. So the cops were like, okay, let's go to Karen police station. And Kalonzo was like, okay, fine. He will drive in my car. Then the cops were like, no, he needs to be in our car. Then Kalonzo was like, is he under arrest? The cops were like, no. Okay, then he's driving in my car. All right. Actually, that was Ndegwa Njiru negotiating this entire time. It was like, so he will drive in Mheshimiwa's car. Yes. Then what you can do, one of you, now this is Eugene Wamala telling them, kama ni mbaya sana, one of you can actually drive in Kalonzo's vehicle, of which that is exactly what they did. So they got into Kalonzo's vehicle with Rafael Tuju. They drove to Karen police station. Kufika pale kwa station akaambiwa sasa gari hazitaingia, ni mheshimiwa shuke aingie. The moment he stepped out like nga. Unaonanga rugby venye unabebangwa juju. That's exactly what happened. The way Tuju was whisked away, like the moment he stepped out of Kalonzo's V8, I'm sure even Kalonzo was like, what just happened? Did this guy disappear into thin air? Because he was just ndani. Then akila Kalonzo wakangangana kuingia, wakangangana wakaingia eventually. Then yeah, so the guy apparently suffered some injuries during that melee. That is now Rafael Tuju. They even called in an ambulance from the Karen hospital to come and attend to him because they couldn't allow him to be taken out of the police station.
What were they arresting
for? For this stage managing, stage managing his, staging his abduction.
It's an allegation. They haven't proved it, have they?
Now, according to DCI Amin, that is the director, he said he has, and these are his words, he said, without an iota of doubt, Tuju was in his house the entire time. So according to DCI Amin, it's not even a matter of speculation, guesswork. They just need to piece together how it happened. But according to him, this guy was not abducted. He was in his house the entire time. So he has said that tunajua alikuwa kwa nyumba yake. So what we just need to do is prove it. But we know for a fact that he was there. We just need to prove it. That's why he was arrested. Yeah. Na Kalonzo alisema, I have no reason to... When now Tuju finished his statement, Kalonzo said, I have no reason to doubt what Mheshimiwa has said. So I was like, mimi siti hata nisikudanganye. Mimi siti hata nikajua ulikuwa abducted. Yani niliona hivi ukibebo hivi. Ukaingizwa kwa Subaru, ukapelekwa mahali kwa bush. Then you reappeared several days later. I will not say that I have no reason to doubt what CT said. I'll just be like, yes, CT has said that he was abducted and we will prove our case in court. Period. Lakini ati niseme I'm certain. Hey, not me, man. You wanted to say something? Yeah, it's bad. It's bad. Government travel spending hits 10.8 billion in 6 months. 10.8 billion. Now, a new government...
Shillings or dollars?
This is Kenya shillings, eh? A new government spending review has raised fresh concern after revealing that billions of shillings were spent on travel within 6 months. Even as...
On travel. Thank you. Because what about 10 billion? These guys spend more than that.
Yeah.
Or on travel.
On travel within 6 months.
Right.
Yeah. Even as measures to reduce unnecessary costs remain in place. Now, the Control of Budget, Margaret Nyakango, in a report covering the period between July 1st and December 31st, pointed to, that's last year, pointed to a high spending on both local and international trips across government offices. The findings show that the Executive Office of the President used, listen to this, 768.5 million on local travel and about 1.165 billion on foreign trips during the review period. According to the report, overall spending on travel reached 7.74 billion for domestic movement and 3.13 billion for foreign trips. The figures were flagged as being out of line with government plans to reduce spending, particularly on activities considered non-essential. Surely, CT. 10B.
Yes.
10B. Hivi tu. And then wanasema about 7.7 billion for domestic. Hapa tu. Kutoka hapa mnaenda hivi, hapa mtoka hapa mnaenda mna launch ka project pale. Ka project kanaweza launchiwa na governor, kanaweza launchiwa na senator, kanaweza launchiwa na MP. Zingine hata zinaweza launchiwa na MCA. Zingine hata si lazima zilaunchiwe. Zingine mnaweza sema tu by the way. Kuna kakitu pale hivyo Kitui County tumefungua. Send a few journalists there to do videos. Probably...
Where is the problem?
Samuel Otieno to go report live on ground.
Where is the problem?
The problem is Gava is spending a lot of money, CT.
When
in a country where people are starving to death.
Oh, that I understand. But
yes.
Why don't we have a little honest conversation?
About?
Same topic.
And say what?
I'm about to say what I want to say.
Okay.
In the Uhuru era, there was a term that was coined. Tanga tanga.
Ndio hiyo tanga tanga.
Why do you think that phrase was coined?
Because at the time, President Uhuru was actually saying that Deputy President Ruto at the time, yeye ndiye alikuwa na tanga tanga. Na it's like there was really no need for that kutanga tanga.
Right.
Yes.
What happened before then? The budget that was allocated to the Deputy President was removed from his control. It was in the public domain. This is not me saying what I think.
Yes.
And the understanding was that the President, the Deputy President then, had accumulated a great deal of mileage, air mileage, because he traveled a great deal.
Yes.
Okay? So, he is not doing something he has not done before.
Yes.
Okay? So, when he was elected, we knew he liked traveling. We knew he liked going from place to place. Now that he's president, what is this logic that makes us think that he would stop doing something that has been characteristic of him throughout? Why? When he was deputy president before the fallout, before 2017, he was doing precisely that. When they fell out, now he was traveling locally and he kept traveling and traveling to the point where we even had instances where he was being stopped from traveling out of the country. It was in the public domain, we saw it. He is now president, he is traveling. Let me go back to my question. Where is the problem?
The problem is that we are spending too much money, CT, in a country where people are starving to death, we have people who are being swept away by floods. Like we could have spent that money in a better way. We are in a country where we are hearing that medicine isn't getting to certain places or isn't available in certain locations in this country because of shortages of budget, money, whatever the problem is.
I hear you.
10 billion.
I hear you.
Ni pesa mingi sana.
I agree with you completely.
In 6 months.
I agree with you completely. Even if it was in a year, it would be a lot of money.
Yeah.
So if they stop spending the 10 billion, suddenly you think it will stop flooding and we will have medicines in our hospitals.
It might not stop flooding, but that money might actually be channeled towards ensuring that we reduce the flooding.
So,
or at least that is where the money should be going.
Right. We are having an honest conversation.
Yes.
When there is travel within the country by the president, his entourage, or people who are in government,
yes,
is it budgeted for?
From what I understand, actually, it is not budgeted for.
Right.
They are overspending what has already been allocated to them.
All right.
Yes.
So when we budget, have we budgeted for emergencies like floods?
I'm not sure, but I think we should
budget for health, which is a default function. Do we budget so that the counties have money to pay their healthcare workers and also to buy medicines?
Yes, we have budgeted.
Yes. So why don't we have medicine if we've budgeted for this?
We do not have medicine because counties keep on complaining that money has not been remitted to the counties. That is governors. They keep on telling us that, pesa hajatumwa, ama imechelewa. Hospitals keep on telling us that, they have not been paid by SHA, so they are unable to, buy drugs, pay doctors, or whatever it is that they use their money from SHA for. So yes, we have that problem as well.
Yes. In the Uhuru era, this issue of delayed payment was followed by a certain phrase that came into being in that era. It was state capture. County governors complained even more. They were not getting whatever was their due on time. And there were delays of up to even 3 months. Okay? So, again, I am simply saying this. Beyond the promises that were made by this president on behalf of the government that he ruled, that the stories that we heard of in the past would be no more. They are not no more, they are more.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay? That is a bit of a problem, isn't it?
A very big one, actually.
Yes. So, when I look at the time that we are in and people keep talking about wanting to elect, let me start with the question. These are perennial problems that we seem to have, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, of all these fellows who want to tell us that they are best suited to represent us in whatever capacity, how many of them do you hear telling you how?
Yeah.
Not, we will change this, not that. That a 3-year-old grandchild can tell you, I will change this. And what they're referring to is something that they can actually change. Okay?
Exactly.
Now, what is it? How do you ensure that governors do what they're supposed to do with the money that they have? Because they also all budget. How do you ensure that whenever we have an emergency, long before the emergency, we know emergency fund, because we even have a department that's supposed to deal with these things, and it's under the Ministry of Interior. This is the money that we've allocated based on the forecast that we've been told by the weatherman, based on the scientific understanding of what we expect to see. This is what we've put aside. Folks, unless there are people who are telling you how they're going to do specifically, what they're going to put in place to ensure that these problems that we talk about year in, year out are done away with, you elect someone because you like them, they sing nicely, whatever reason you have, don't complain later. If you did not do due diligence, do not even raise your mouth. Don't even utter a syllable.
So you're telling me to shut up?
Not you.
Oh, okay.
Not you. And we're not talking about the present.
Yeah.
The people who are now whining and complaining, every Kenyan in this information age, you see your influence.
Yeah. Usinjali ndiene yangu inakwanga transferable.
All right. In this hinge, now, one of the things that has been clear in the information age is you can get information on anyone.
Yeah.
Why don't you take the time and bother to find out who these people are before you start voting for them?
I think we need to, one of these fine days, invite control of budget, Miss Nyakango, and perhaps even the control of budget, Not control of budget, but Auditor General, sorry.
We've invited both of them.
Nancy Wakuji.
None of them have said they will not come.
Yes.
Time isn't right, but they will come.
Yeah. Because nataka kuelewa, when we hear of these monies that are being spent the way they are being spent, is it an okay thing? Like, are they just telling us, by the way?
It is not an okay thing.
All right.
It's not okay. There's nothing okay about it. That is a colossal sum of money to spend on travel. Yes.
Traffic.
Speaking of colossal sums, let me see if the traffic is also colossal. I was waiting to use that word. Now, I'm looking at a map of Nairobi County, and it's not looking bad. I mean, it's kind of wet out there. Actually, it's not kind of wet. It's very wet out there. So be careful as you're driving through these roads. But it's fairly looking good on Ngong Road. Gitanga Road as well, no complaints. Kikambala Road, Kule, Mkosawa, Dennis Street, Agwing Skodek. I mean, you guys are moving. Southern Bypass, kwanza huko ndio mnasonga vizuri. Hakuna taka line kamoja ka yellow. Hakuna hata katone kamoja ka red. Alafu tuko na watu wa Mombasa Road. Mombasa Road is looking good actually. Going back all the way to Kitengela. You guys are okay, bwana, in Kajiado County. But let me see. This is Eastlands. Airport North Road is kind of jam-packed at this particular hour. Unajua ndio watu wote wenye wanajenga taifa wanakujanga. Sisi wengine tujengangi taifa kama watu wa Eastlands. Watu wa Eastlands ndio ujenga taifa city. Sijui kama unajua hivyo. Huku unaona wanatoka vizuri tena sana. Nikiangalia sehemu za Buruburu, guys, Jogoo Road is busy this particular morning. Kangundo Road also bumper to bumper. Kayole, hiyo barabara inajulikana kama Manyanja Road. Hey, this road is bumper to bumper. I'm looking at people coming through from Savannah. This is what Savannah Road coming from Donholm. Yeah, as well. That one is bumper to bumper. This, I'm telling you, this is where people from Nairobi, the people who build Nairobi, actually Kenya, tokanga huku. Haya. I'm looking at Thika Superhighway. Thika Superhighway, si mnajua through the usual spots. Kenyatta University all the way to Kasarani through to Muthaiga is bumper to bumper this particular hour. Poleni tena sana. Msijali. Wanasemanga pole pole ndio nini? Pole pole ndio mwendo. Tukiangalia walikuja na huo msemo wa pole pole ndio mwendo watu wa Mombasani. Naangalia nyinyi, kwa kweli nyinyi ndio mko na pole pole kabisa. Hamsongi, hamko barabarani, yaani ni kama hakuna trafiki hata kidogo. Gari chache pale barabarani, kama nikiangalia pale sehemu za Kongowea Market, barabara iko bumper to bumper kwa sasa. Mara ya kwanza nimeona barabara iko na msongamano. Alafu tena tukiangalia pale Buxton Point, mahali barabara zinakuja kupatana, hapo ni Sheikh Abdullah F Road, hapo naona pia kuna trafiki kidogo, lakini kwa sababu ya nini? Kongamano hilo. Alafu kuna Ronald Ngala, hiyo iko sawa. Tomboya iko sawa kabisa. Barabara gani nyingine? Swale Nguru. Ni nani huyo?
The late Swale Nguru.
Swale Nguru,
wealthy landowner in Mombasa and a businessman. Swale Nguru Road. Yes.
Lovely name. Swale Nguru, basi wanasema huko kwa sawa kabisa. Naona mwasonga vizuri pale Jomo Kenyatta Avenue pia, lakini kuna msongamano kidogo tu pale inaenda kupatana na Sega Road, lakini zaidi hapo nyinyi mwasonga vizuri tena sana. Kirinyaga Road iko swafe kabisa. Ukiona chochote barabarani, watu wa Mwangeka kwa mfano, Makupa roundabout, unafaa kujua, wewe ni pigie simu, nitaweza kulonga nawe.
Traffic on Radio Generation.
All right. Before I look at the physical paper, I just want to highlight something on the People Daily here. They're saying, flying blind inside the KIA's broken systems and traffic chaos. What? Yeah. So they're talking about, for example here, KAA Security, KAA procured 4 consultant services on the privately initiated project, that is PIP, at a cost of 438 million. 70.9 million paid to the first consultant for the development of an aviation policy. 70.9 million for an aviation policy. 70 million.
What did you want them to pay?
I don't know, but 70 million for a policy. Hii kitu si tunaweza andika na ChatGPT.
No.
Okay. No. I was being facetious.
Of course you are.
146.5 million paid to third-party consultants, or to third consultants for provision of transaction advisory services. Hii Kenya iko na do city. 94.6 million paid to the second consultancy for the provision of transaction advisory services on construction of new terminal. Yani consultancy unaambiwa, yani this is 94.6 million paid to the second consultancy for the provision of transaction advisory services on construction of new terminal. Yani you just advise me.
No. That actually is not even much money.
94.6 million just to advise me.
Yes. When somebody is an advisor in such a transaction, they are more or less, I wouldn't call it a middleman.
They facilitate this.
The advisory services that they provide is what makes whatever you're doing possible. And the fees normally charged, it's a small percentage of what the sum total cost of the project is. It's a small percentage. It is usually...
What, 94.6 million is a small percentage?
Yes, it is a small percentage. It's not even a single digit percentage. It is a fraction of a percentage usually. That's how it is charged.
Can the Kenya Airports Authority call me for advice?
You do not...
I will not charge them. I kid you not. I will not charge them 70.9 million. I promise you. I might charge them this 0.9 million.
Advisory services require somebody who has a specific...
expertise.
Very, very specific, specialized expertise that makes it possible for that thing to be bulletproofed, meaning for it to work as intended. Yes. And as I said, let me repeat again.
Yeah.
It is not a single digit percentage of the cost of the project. It is a fraction. Like 0.2. Yeah. 0.3. Like that. 0.
Okay.
It doesn't even get to 0.5.
So anyway, this money total comes to 438 million just for consultation services.
Yes. What is the cost of the project?
I don't know. They haven't. It has not been mentioned here.
Whenever you hear if you want to understand it, you hear somebody's being paid what appears to be a whooping amount for consultancies. Asked what is the sum total of the cost of the project?
Do you know how much I pay? I charge people for consultation. Like you have an event and you call me for consultation. Like movie, what do you think we need to do here at this event, this conference?
No, you tell me.
0, nothing, nada.
So you are using your inability to cash in on and the expertise you have to determine that there's a lot of money.
Let it be known today, Paul, 24th March 2026. Nipigie simu niulize movie, what do you think we need to... Nikwambia, where can we meet? Then nakuja na invoice.
No, you can't come with an invoice. You have to find out what it is they want. And you have to determine. Sometimes
I come with a blank one, then I fill in the details when we are there with you.
We'll have it ready.
Yeah.
But the advice here is, look, there's a lot of advice that you can give for free.
Right.
Okay? Because it may open up doors for even more business.
Yes.
But don't be shocked by those amounts. Always ask what the sum total of the project, the sum total of the project.
Yeah. Man. 126 million just to ask for advice.
No, it's not like somebody's asking you the directions to a certain building, Bwana.
So
you just say left, right. Now, when you see a policeman standing there, it's a tall policeman, that one, then just ask him. That's advice. No, it's not that.
Okay.
Yes.
But you know, cops charge us for advice, eh?
No, they don't.
They do?
No, they don't.
Yeah.
They do not.
They find you, ujalipia insurance, for them to advise you, you have to... Hauja display insurance pale kwa gari yako, they are like, sasa unajua unafaa kudisplay kitu. Naambia afande, unajua sina ile sticker. Anakuambia sasa si ununue chai ama tufanye hivi nikuonesha mali utanunua hiyo sticker.
Pale kwa station.
So they charge you for advice.
Kuna mahali unaweza nunua sticker.
It's consultation.
Yes.
All right, on the Taifa Leo newspaper, they are saying this. Gen Z warejea na nikokadi. Wanaita tsunami watu wa Taifa Leo. Wimbi la nikokadi linatishia kuadhibu viongozi wa kisiasa wasiofanya kazi na wapendeza wa Kenya. Rais Ruto amerukia wimbi hilo akisema naye pia ana vijana watakaomdumisha mamlakani. Hiyo waweza kuipata katika kurasa wa pili. Jana kunaye mmojawapo wa wafanyikazi wa serikali. Ni jana ama ni juzi, anaitwa Dennis Itumbi. Wamtambua Dennis Itumbi, sivyo?
Jina nalijua, nimewahi kukutana naye.
Naam, aliposti kitu pale mtandaoni, hiyo niko kadi. Na watu wakasema hiyo picha ambayo aliweka pale ni ya AI, yani artificial intelligence. wanaitangaje kwa Kiswahili, sijui akili bandia or something. So the point here is alisema the poster that Dennis Itumbi put up, that thing was riddled with typos and what I would consider, in my opinion, I would consider, fake. Do I call them fake allegations? I'm a fake what? But the point is, it pointed to things that the government has done, but according to Kenyans, they felt like this hadn't been done, it hadn't been achieved. But I didn't make anything of it because I was just like, look, it's an AI picture, and Dennis Itumbi was just trying to use an artistic version of what the president had said, that yeye akukadi. But Wakenya ni wanani? Wakenya very unforgiving during such times. Pwani wasema bila Joho hakuna power. Sijui kama uliweza kuona hii story bwana CT. Viongozi washikilia,
viongozi gani hao?
Wa ODM kutoka Pwani. So viongozi washikilia kuwa lazima mgombea mwenza wa Ruto mwaka wa 2027 atoke Pwani na awe Joho. So what are they called? Abdulswamad, for example, governor of Mombasa, and governors from around the coast region. Them, they said, look, we actually want ODM to front Joho as the running mate of President Ruto come next year's general election.
There have been vehicles and there have been posters of Ruto for president and a picture of Joho there to signify what these people are now saying. It's a campaign that has begun.
Yeah.
And like campaigns that we hear and have, clearly it's been paid for. And that's what campaigns are about.
Yeah.
This is political survival, and somebody is reaching and stating, look, this is what I feel I need to do. Remember Joho, the first time he actually stood as MP for Kisauni, he did not win. Okay? It was a by-election. Garissa Maitha had passed away. Okay? So, on the second attempt, a guy called Moboza beat him. He won. He was a very go-to person.
Okay.
He even became an assistant minister.
Yes.
Then he was a 2-term governor. So, if you look at the rise and rise, it is a clear political path.
Yeah.
And it stands to logic that somebody who is at that clear political path would want to pursue a higher position. It's how politics works.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ni siasa.
Yes, ni siasa. You have to position yourself. You don't wait for the position to come to you. You position yourself, then you pursue it. And then you convince others by whatever means available to you. And you get people to share that vision, or at least state that they share the vision.
Yeah.
That is up until they change their minds and state that they share another vision.
Of course. And even Joho again said yesterday, tunasema ya kwamba deputy president ni mimi nitachukua, lakini akasema hizi viti zingine za huku chini, from senator, governor, MCA, MP, they said hizo ni za ODM zote.
So he hopes.
Yeah, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Alafu wanasema ipo njama ya kumkamata Gachagua upinzani. Kalonzo na Wamala waipa onyo serikali dhidi ya hatua hiyo. Hiyo utaipata katika ukurasa wa pili. Alafu Hofu Tuju akitoweka gari lake lapatikana. Hii tulishasoma hii bro. Hii hatutarudia. Yeah, so that's that. All right. Star newspaper says rural counties defeat giants in own revenue collection. Wow. Yeah, this is actually great news because they're saying, for example, county own source revenue performance in every region. This is according to the first 6 months of 2025-2026 financial year. Eastern in Machakos County, own source revenue 1.21 billion. Meru 604 million. Western Kakamega is 512.13 million. Bungoma is 499 million. In Rift Valley we have Narok at 2.52 billion. Wait, hiyo ni pesa mingi. Narok 1.39 billion. Nairobi comes in at 5.22 billion. Coast, Mombasa came in with 2.04 billion. Kilifi with 746 million. Nyanza region, we have Kisii wamekuja hapo na 676 million. Homa Bay 625 million. In Central, Kiambu has come in with 1.76 billion. And then Nyeri 633 million. Nilikuwa na expect kuona Murang'a County hapa. Kwani Murang'a County wananga on source revenue? Ama ni juu yao ijafika hapa kwa the Star newspaper. Wacha tuone. PS, how we will turn the tide to hit 300 billion blue economy target. You can read that story on page 6. Parallel NDCs, Sifuna's camp out to whittle down Oburu faction influence. That story is on page 7. Mark Omar, from poverty to transforming world with AI. You can read this one on page 2. And then last but not least, pain to power rather. Women regain dignity after fistula battle. You can read the entire story on page 9. Over to you, City.
Right. The Business Daily is popping with interesting stories. Some Vivo fuel stations ran dry, shortage fears amount. Vivo ndio wale watu wa Shell.
Ndio sasa wale watu wanakupatianga V-Power.
Yes, exactly. But that fuel is good.
I've never used it.
Yeah, let me not go on because then I'll be advertising for them, but it is good.
Waambie kutumia lunch.
KQ records 29% passenger growth on Middle East war. Kenya Airways has recorded increased demand and passenger numbers for many of its long-haul flights since the onset of the Middle East war. It's now become, it's not Iran, Iraq, it's not Iran, America, it's not Iran, Israel, it is Middle East what?
War.
Boy, oh boy. The financial situation that a country that are like the Emiratis have, the situation in Dubai, recovering from that is going to be tricky.
Trump has called for a 5-day ceasefire. And according to people on the ground here, wanasema when Iran has taught Trump a lesson called humility. Because for the last couple of days, no matter what they were saying, Iran was just throwing missiles. I don't know if they're still throwing missiles, but they've been throwing missiles. And our threat, no, we shall come there, we shall alienate you. Wanatupa missile ingine. Oh, we shall do this. They sent even a bigger missile.
Iran had clearly prepared for this.
Yes.
Clearly.
Yeah.
They had anticipated a time will come and there'll be somebody here, and when they do this, we are ready. And America wasn't ready for this. Iran was.
Yeah.
All right. We are also told that the port of Lamu is doing good business.
Actually, it is doing exceptionally well.
Booming. Booming.
Magari zinatoka tu kila mali zinakuja tu huku.
What is being stated now is that there's an old 19th century maritime law which states that in the event such as the one we see, the Strait of Hormuz, the shipping line has the leeway to offload cargo in the nearest, safest port. Lamu is appearing to be the nearest. Kabisa. Fortuitous, wouldn't you say?
I would say.
All right. Teleposta pension scheme marks 10 billion asset for sale to state. Okay? Teleposta still works, huh?
Teleposta actually, that's a sacco, eh?
Inaonekana hivyo. Pension scheme.
I mean, it should be there.
It works, huh? Imekuwa na shida hiyo kitu. Right. Coco. You know these fellows who have this affordable clean energy. You know they're folding up. Let me read it.
Coco, that energy company.
Yes. Coco Networks collapsed deals 6.4 billion blow to its UK parent, meaning the Kenyan group had failed to secure government approval to export carbon credit, number one. But it is shutting down.
Yeah.
The parent company in the UK is also shutting down.
What?
Very bad.
It's bad.
Bad, kabisa.
It's bad.
Right. In the intelligence section, there's a quote by a gentleman called Eric Gumbo. Since Kenya is quietly building the legal architecture that would transform how an entire continent finances its own future. Kenya inchi ajabu. And that's a song, isn't it?
We are changing how we will finance our future.
Well, we are actually. We talk about it loudly. We just don't know that that's what we're doing, but that's what we're doing. When you talk about infrastructure fund, when you talk about sovereign wealth fund,
right,
you are talking about keeping money that can help you your own. Do your own business as opposed to going out to borrow money.
That person is having an academic conversation, isn't he?
He is.
Yeah.
It's an academic conversation. Yes. Right. The moment you throw in politics, everything will go differently.
Because that is where the muiba iko.
That's where the rubber meets
the road.
Right. Kindiki's office wants 450 million extra for hospitality and choppers, just when you thought it was safe to get out of the water.
400 and what?
50 million, just for, not a billion, just 450.
Yeah, for a new chopper.
Extra for hospitality. Come, drink tea, kula sambusa. Sambusa.
For the remaining financial year.
Don't ask many questions. I've just told you. Do you listen? He wants 450 million shillings extra for hospitality and choppers. What would you want me to tell you?
Hospitality and choppers.
The office of the Deputy President, Kindiki, has requested MPs to approve. See, he has requested an additional 450, additional, meaning you already had, for hospitality and hiring helicopters until the end of the financial year.
Hiring, not even buying. I thought we were going to buy these things, then we keep them in current.
No, higher, please. Okay? According to the budget documents before Parliament, the story is on page 6. Okay? Now, just so that you understand, let's talk billions now, shall we? TSC requires 30 billion annually to absorb 44,000 intern teachers. The Teacher Service Commission needs 2.5 billion every month to employ intern tutors on permanent basis as ordered by the court. Okay, so Parliament, while we're talking about just the meager amount of 150 million for His Excellency the Deputy President, consider the 30 billion that we need to allocate to the TSC so that the 44,000 new teachers, intern teachers can be absorbed and can become permanent. But this is as the government is now discussing contract terms for the employees. So why are we employing teachers on permanent basis? But here that's a different story altogether. Let me not digress too much. Tuju wars deepen after coming out of hiding. Oh, goodness gracious me. So now he wasn't lost, he was in hiding. Okay? The picture of Justin Muturi, Kijana Wamalwa, Tuju himself, and other individuals whose faces I cannot see clearly. All right. But you read the story and it is the same. Kericho mass grave. The plot thickens. Bang in the middle of the paper. Numbers don't add up. How many bodies were buried? Is it 12, 13 or 14? Why the conflicting figures? It's a question that is being asked about the Kericho mass grave.
I thought they were exhumed yesterday. How many did they exhume?
Legal doubt. Are the court's orders permitting the burials genuine? DCI says this is not clear yet. DCI have said it is not clear. Have you understood? I've answered your question.
Thank you.
Okay. So asking the numbers, DCI says is not what?
Clear.
Okay, that's me saying. That's not what they're saying. Just adding.
Yeah.
Secrecy. Why were Kericho County officials and managers of the cemetery kept in the dark? Yes, why?
Hawana tokens za stima wako wamelipia mashideka.
I don't know. Okay. Grave suspicions. The play of words is wonderful, isn't it?
Right. Grave suspicions.
Grave suspicions. Do the mutilated remains and inconsistencies point to something more sinister? These are the questions that are being asked bang in the of the paper. Right. By the way, when we talk about the plot that is under the discussion, Mheshimiwa Tuju's plot, do you know how big the acreage is?
No.
6.8 acres.
60?
No. 6.8 acres. Acre mingi sana.
Where?
It's bang in the middle of, well, it's just next to the road, really. Yeah. So now the question is, how much does an acre of land cost in Karen? Well, I wouldn't know.
We shall find out maybe when we come back from the break.
Right. Sasa wacha ni kuangalia East African 1 minute. Sindio?
Angalia ina shida.
Bang in the middle of the paper. Railway to a great promise. The extension of the cross-border SGR line from Naivasha in Kenya to Kampala, Uganda is a game changer, is it now? Opening the region to greater trade and cheaper transport. Hooray! That is true. Uganda is our largest trading partner on the continent. Right. Then it goes on and on. The story about Hilary Okela, Ugandan doctor, dispensing laughter, the best medicine. I think he also doubles up as somebody. What do you call these people who make people laugh for a living?
What do I call?
The people who make others laugh for a living.
Comedians.
Okay.
Yeah. Wacheshi kwa Kiswahili.
Wacheshi,
Right. Umemaliza?
Right.
All right. So, I see a couple of people that we need to say hello to, but we shall not do that right now. Let's do that after the news break when we return. So, kama hujatuma salamu, now is the time to do that. I'll see you.
It's 7 o'clock.
The sound is fine, pump it up, turn it high, all the time. Let the music move you, let's sway. Radio G's got your jam all day.
Radio Generation, the home of urban soul. This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Laikipia University has been closed indefinitely following violent student protest over the death of a first-year media student. The demos lasted 2 days and disrupted activities at the university, with protest also spilling onto the Nyahururu-Nakuru highway. Students accused the university management of negligence, claiming the institution failed to provide timely medical help after the student was seriously injured during a hike at Subukia escarpment. University authorities announced the closure after an emergency meeting with the Senate and security officials on Monday. Government spokesperson Isaac Mwaura has issued an urgent warning after River Nyando overflowed at Ahero Bridge along the Kericho-Awasi-Kisumu Road. Mwaura says the river has burst its banks and water levels are still rising, making the road dangerous for motorists and other road users. He warned that the situation is more risky at night when drivers may not clearly see the depth or strength of the water. More than 400 additional police officers have been deployed to Meru County to boost security and crack down on illegal firearms in the region and neighboring counties. Interior Cabinet Secretary Kipchumba Murkomen said the move follows a rise in cattle rustling and insecurity in parts of the county. Murkomen said the spread of small arms from neighboring counties continues to fuel banditry and cattle rustling in pastoralist areas.
Kama vile tumesha kuja sehemu hii, IG amewaambia the first measure is to pacify, to make the place become pacified, to give opportunity police officers to carry out operations. And how do we pacify that situation? IG ameleta polisi 400 extra. 400 extra police officers are being deployed kwa hii belt ya Meru, kwa hii sehemu ya Tigania East, kwa border yenu na Isiolo, iende mpaka Buri, na isukume mpaka upande huu wa Igembe Central, na ishikilie iingilie Isiolo for the time being.
Let President William Ruto choose his own deputy president. We should not choose one for him, says Senate Speaker Amason Kingi. Kingi's comments come amid ongoing debate over who will be President Ruto's running mate in the next year's elections, with ODM insisting on having the position. Kingi notes that the decision should be left to the president alone and not any other person.
Na kwa sababu hatutaki magavana kuwachagulia madepute wao, vile vile hatutaki tumchagulie deputy president rais wetu. So the presidency is non-negotiable. Non-negotiable. Mwacheni rais achague ni nani ambaye atakuwa msaidizi wake, because yeye ndiye atasaidiwa sisi. So sisi kama UDA, we don't want arranged marriages. We want to marry the person we truly love, who can help us make a good family.
The world has given Israel a license to torture Palestinians, a UN expert said Monday. Francesca Albanese, the UN's special rapporteur on rights situation in the Palestinian territories, alleged that torture has effectively become state policy in Israel. Albanese has faced harsh criticism, allegations of anti-Semitism, and demands for her removal from Israel and some of its allies over her relentless criticism and long-standing accusations of genocide.
Torture is the hallmark of this genocide. Israeli soldiers have beaten, humiliated, filmed while stripped naked and sodomized Palestinian detainees, men, women, children. They've broken both bones, skulls, teeth. They've raped with metal objects, with knives, with dogs, defenseless humans. International law is unambiguous. torture and genocide are absolutely prohibited.
And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning. I'm Winnie Maganga.
This is Radio Generation. Comfort Living Moments brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya.
Soft footsteps in the early morning, cool tiles beneath your feet, our timeless flooring collections elevate every space, preparing your home for a peaceful sohor.
Comfort Living Moments brought to you by Tile and Carpet Kenya. The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 7 minutes past 7 o'clock. This is the People's Breakfast. This particular hour, we are hosting Wilson Susion. He's a veterinary educator. He's a unionist as well. But most importantly, I know he's very, very passionate about education. Mheshimiwa Susion, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation again this year.
Yeah, good morning and good morning our listeners of Radio Generation wherever you are in the Republic of Kenya.
Yes.
And beyond.
Actually, we have listeners in Minnesota, we have in Dubai, we have in Qatar as well, and Philippines.
And of course, let me say in the diaspora.
In the diaspora,
That is the way to put it, because there are people in America, there are people in
the
UK, Australia, wapi.
Hata wako malima kombora zinaanguka wako
Qatar.
Yeah, Mheshimiwa, you look very bright today. Naka, life is not treating you bad. Things are good.
Of course.
Ama ni kahawa yetu.
No. No, I'm a devoted Christian. And,
yes.
And the Bible tells us to live each day at a time.
Yes. It's a good thing.
Each day at a time.
It's a good
Happily.
thing. Yes.
Yeah. Tukiamini Mungu. Yeah.
Tunataka kuongelea mambo ya the education sector and a couple of things, of course, that we have been noticing, of course, being the grade 10 placements, the transition. What do you think is happening in the education sector?
Paul, should I not ask the gentleman about the program?
Oh, yes.
Before we get into...
Sorry, Siti.
Na
mimi ndo nimekukumbusha hata before
we need to welcome our friend here appropriately. Then we can ask him these interesting questions we want to ask him.
You know, these young guys, they wanakimbia sana.
And he's just demonstrating it.
Kwenda pole.
You're actually right, Mwesh. You're very right. You're very right. But Siti, over to you.
Thank you. Our proverbs for the whole of this week come from the Republic of Angola. Okay? It is useless to warn a man who has made up his mind.
It is useless
to warn a man
who has made up his mind.
Yes.
I think that is a common African proverb.
Yes.
Change a man who has taken a decision and based on principle, based on observation, based on advice. So
it's done.
That's it. It's done.
As he would say, it is a wrap.
Like Moi.
Yes.
You're right.
You can listen to advice, but the decision is yours.
Yeah, and they hardly take it anyway.
Actually, they do. You see, again, when you're youthful, you think advice is like water, which when you're thirsty, you drink and you consume it and you immediately feel that the thirst has gone away. People think about what they've been told. You may not see them acting upon it.
Yeah.
because it's not instant. But the key thing is they've taken it in. They may manifest it in a different way from what you expected, but they've actually taken your advice. That somebody is silent and listens to you is what you should focus on, because some people won't even allow you to speak.
Yeah. And that, my friend, is a wise person.
And some people think an advice is an instruction.
No, it is not.
An advice you give somebody and you allow that person to reflect.
Yes.
And reorganize himself and reorganize his judgment.
Yeah.
Ultimately, how you apply a piece of advice or pieces of advice or warnings is up to you as a person.
All right. Back to my question. Grade
Right.
10.
Now, twende kazi.
Tunaweza ingia sasa.
Twende kazi.
Tunaweza engage gear 1.
Engage gear 1, yes.
All right. Grade 10 placements. We saw a lot of problems with that. We understand some students actually have not yet reported to school and so on and so forth. What's your take?
I think before even talking about the new curriculum, the pathways and the challenges, the most critical thing for this country, right from the year 2000, when Kenya implemented the Education for All goals and framework that was adopted in Dakar, Senegal. The key principle was to have universal education, compulsory and free and compulsory education.
Yeah.
So students transiting to grade 10 at 100% is part of the duty of government of Kenya to ensure that there is 100% and universal access. Yeah, because we cannot talk about the future human resource
Yes.
if we don't educate everyone. It's not educating those who can proceed, but is educating everyone who must progress. And I think the president made it 2 days ago at Agorosare High School when he was donating a bus and putting in more resources to expand the infrastructure. And he said, we must remove all barriers in Kenya that are related to cost that be in direct and indirect charges that create barriers to access.
Yeah.
And we make education access not only compulsory, but of good quality.
Yes.
I think generally looking at grade 10, looking at both sides of the coin,
Yes.
because in education, look at both sides. Look at strengths, look at points of success, and look at also challenges and how to deal with the challenges. Grade 10 transition has been generally very good from my perspective as an educator.
Yeah.
And I visited quite a number of schools, and I can see how students are adjusting to the pathways, how teachers are adjusting to the pathways. It's not an easy thing, but generally a lot of good work has been done, and the transition has been good.
Yes.
The government has been very firm. When we had the presidential directive that directed all students to report in school whether they have uniforms or not. I don't think there is anything that could have been done beyond that particular directive. And the chiefs, who are the last point people of administration across the country and coordination of government programs,
Yes.
really did that. And I'm very proud of Kenya because the senior schools are now dotted all over the country. It is no longer a problem to access a senior school because the day secondary education has been embraced very largely by Kenya, to the extent that students in secondary school, 74% are enrolled in day schools.
Yeah.
They're actually day scholars. That means from the household to the school is a walking distance.
Okay.
Unlike in the past, when City and I used to travel several kilometers, you could not be a day scholar.
Through the jungle, eh?
Yeah, you travel through the jungle. You prepare your box 3 days before school open and take it using donkeys to the nearest market 1 day too, and then wake up very early in the morning to catch the only matatu to take you closer to school. Those were those days.
And then
But,
when you are light, you carry that box on your head as you go to school.
Up to school.
Mlikuwa
That is secondary education those days. And I'm happy when I was Secretary General NAT.
Yes.
And in fact, generally when I was in the union from 01.
Yes.
Yeah, we spearheaded and campaigned for quality day schools, establishment of day schools in every primary school as the only way of overcoming barriers of cost to education. And we argued that there is nothing unique about boarding schools. What was important is having a classroom and a qualified teacher,
Yes.
and a child walking from home to school to Form 1 class. And when I look at data, 74% of learners in secondary schools being the scholars. Surely, as a country, we cannot talk anymore that there are no schools around every household and that learners can access. So that then the presidential directive should have ensured that every child goes to school. Maybe those who insist on being dropouts, there are other reasons beyond. But then, since the law is clear,
Yes.
it's a matter of legislation, and that law does not require learners to pay fees. In fact, the law says any person who prohibits a learner from going to school shall be committing a crime. So, barring students from attending schools has been criminalized in law, because then the right to education is a provision in the Constitution. So that then matters to do with other things to do with fees, learning resources, and the rest is a matter to be provided administratively by actors outside the child. So the child has no business with the cost that are required in school.
Yes.
They have no business with anything. They only need to appear in school and be in class and learn.
Okay.
So things to do with cost, things to do with buildings, that is not the business of the Kenyan child anymore. And I think that message should go out. It should go out that it's the right of a child to go to school. And the only thing that needs to be done is administrative placement and admission. But then even the president directed that go to the nearest school, which of course all children have schools that
They prefer.
they can walk to.
Yeah.
But then of course when it comes to selection, schools have been categorized. We have got the C1, the former national schools, which have been retained to maintain that national character and to raise the best of the best for the future, for the good future of this country. And of course those who are admitted there, they're also facilitated through bursaries and other means.
Yeah.
But then still, when you are admitted to those schools, you must report with or without uniform to the schools that you have been admitted to. So I think this is a message that went out very well. And all we needed to do is to sensitize Kenyans more intensely.
Yeah.
And I'm happy the media has done it. The media in Kenya really treats education as a topmost priority and is the most discussed item, which is good because every day we don't miss a story in the newspapers, we don't miss a statement in the media, and basically focusing on challenges and gaps.
Yes.
But I also want to encourage so that we have a balanced understanding that we should also be able to outline the milestones made. It is good to talk about achievements and challenges. So generally with transition to grade 10, it has been done very well. And this could have been the biggest quagmire that we could have had in grade 7 had we proceeded with the original confused model that was created by the previous administration to take young children at the tender age in grade 7 to the current secondary schools to create lots of congestion. We could have been having chaos. So I think what this administration did was to listen to Kenyans, listen to teachers, and it listened. And I told the president at Catholic University of East Africa in 2022, 23rd of June, when you were signing the education charter, that education basically is dialogue. If we encourage continuous dialogue and continuous consultations, we will always arrive at the most professional and the most plausible decisions. So to me, I think grade 10 reporting is excellent.
There were reports of schools lacking students, and because of that, in danger of closing because they do not have learners in those particular schools because, again, of the pathways.
Of course, that is a matter of choice. There are many schools that have closed in the past because students don't choose. There is a pull factor in terms of school attendance. You will realize that schools that are doing very well have got pressure of admission, and of course you can get a school that ordinarily 50,000 students apply to join, and the only available vacancies are 500. There is the aspect of quality. In terms of other than access, there is the aspect of quality, and every school has got its own performance level.
Yes.
And you cannot force a child to join a school, even if they're admitted and they choose not to. And I know the ministry did well to place students in all the schools. The placements were done. Some didn't report, but they chose to move to other schools.
Yes.
Of course, somebody can argue administratively you can control and limit the level of enrollment in every school so that all schools receive students. But I tend to think also that we must be fair and ask ourselves very hard questions. Why are our communities avoiding to supply children to certain schools? It is a question of quality. And quality delivery of education in such schools must be addressed. And that is done by a robust Department of Quality Assurance and Standards in the ministry. So we must be able to check, do they have enough teachers? Are teachers well managed, well supervised to deliver the curriculum in those schools? Because it's one thing to have a school. And another thing to have
staff.
teachers delivering a curriculum. And when they do that, when they deliver, naturally communities will respond to those particular, will respond and supply children. Number two, do those schools have quality teaching and learning tools? Because a school by a name is not enough. There must be quality teaching and learning tools, quality laboratories, quality classrooms, books and other learning resources. Now with CBC, we even need very good sporting fields, very good equipped rooms for the different technical learning areas, whether it's music, whether
the sciences, labs.
Sciences, and let's not even talk about sciences anymore. We are past labs. Even music needs a lab. A foreign language room needs a lab because the equipment, and electricity needs a lab. Home science needs a lab. Do we have that in those schools? And then very lastly, the quality of infrastructure.
Yes.
People run away from schools that are collapsing, that are rotting. When we did analysis of schools in infrastructure in Africa, we realized since when we got independence, many countries did not invest in expanding and improving their infrastructure. They have largely retained what was built by missionaries. And very many years down the line, those buildings are collapsing because they were meant for those days and that time. And there is little that is going on to improve infrastructure that existed. And some of the schools are run down.
Whose fault is that?
The fault is actually, I would say, it is the ministry. Are we supervising our schools very well?
All right.
And one thing that I've observed
is the ministry equipped to actually do this work?
It is equipped.
The renovations of these buildings.
You see, renovation is just part of...
It's an activity.
Yes, within the learning ecosystem. So within that entirety, one, there's the planning for students. You know our population.
Yes.
Planning for structures. planning for teachers, training, equipping, like this CBE has brought this to the fore. All these things, and remember the lag that we had with the grade 10 crossover, where a new system comes with very many challenges.
But they don't even have text. Okay, I don't know if they already have them, but they didn't have textbooks in the beginning.
A new system always comes with challenges, should be expected. Now, the planning, all these things that are supposed to ensure that that implementation works lies with the ministry. So when I ask, is the ministry equipped? And the answer is yes. So where then?
And the question is, it has capacity, but is it committed? Has it reacted to that? Now, this is where I always, you see, the carryovers from the previous administration. I'm sorry to talk about what happened, because education is as good as any government administration. When we had Kibaki, there was a lot of democracy and allowed teachers to really express themselves democratically and politically insofar as education policies are concerned. The leadership at the ministry was actually extremely serious. And when we asked Kibaki to give us a serious minister, so that we can do a lot of good things, including rolling out free education, which was being done he gave us Saitoti. Who was Saitoti? A former vice president and a former minister of finance. And there was a hands-on. You never had any complaint across the country. But Saitoti was all over the country with programs and teachers focused, and for the first time we felt there was real quality governance and leadership in education. And that is what we need all the time at Jogo. And I think it is important for any administration to treat the Ministry of Education as extremely important, like Interior and other ministries, so that then we have proper coordination. In the last administration, I don't think education was given a fair treatment in terms of management and in terms of programs. A lot of ragtag programs got into the sector, ranging from the failed laptop that was experimental, wherever that idea came from. It was not conceived through the process of teaching and teachers, and all of a sudden we have a new curriculum from nowhere. It has not been discussed by experts, professors in the university, in the schools of education. That is where curriculum change begins, with thorough discussions, debates, workshops, and planning and designing at the university level and teacher training, so that then it cascades to the lower levels. We just woke up and somebody pronounced a change in curriculum, pilot between June and October, and then you have to roll out in January without even a pilot report, and piloting ought to be done for the whole year. That ragtag way of doing things, the ministry deteriorated. And to recollect and stabilize it by the current administration has been a very difficult thing. And I don't think we've done as it should have been. But right now I can say it is stable, so that then the department that is responsible for ensuring quality programs in schools, the quality assurance and standard, which is a provision in the Basic Education Act, Section 64 to 70, should be in place. That is a mirror of what happens in education. If indeed that day school next to your community has received the lowest enrollment, the first thing you do is to dispatch quality assurance and standards officers. They will go there with auditors. They will visit even with the public health officers and public works, so that you are able to have reports about infrastructure, about how the accounts are managed, how procurement is done. We could be losing a lot of the free education money through schools, because that money is not being used to do the correct things. So then, if the ministry was to ensure that every school is quality assured, at least every term, and report tabled before the committees, and a follow-up done to check whether they've corrected the gaps and done what they're supposed to do, we will be able to upgrade every school
Yes.
to international status. I have experience and I've come across schools
Yes.
that are 100% overhauling old buildings, the buildings that were built by missionaries, because they no longer serve
The
the
purpose.
current interest. You clear a classroom, because those were not storage classrooms. They're clearing old classrooms and putting up two other classrooms on top, and some of the schools have been repositioned to admit higher number of learners. They've made strategic programs to ensure that they get more teachers.
And these are public
that's-
schools?
Yes, they're public schools.
Okay.
And these are teachers, public teachers, our boards of management. There are actually schools that are doing exceptionally well. I remember when the president visited Kapsabet High School, I think about a week ago, for the centenary celebration, he organized this program in such a way that he was able to visit many schools in Nandi and address students and check on schools' infrastructure and continue supporting those infrastructure. I remember at Kapsabet Girls is a government intervention to build about 35 new classrooms.
Yes.
So that the school can accommodate around 3,000 girls. You know, you cannot talk of expanding a school in terms of population without expanding the infrastructure, because we must be realistic to the expansion of infrastructure, expansion of the population and the demand for more space. I've seen what the president is doing in Nyanza, for example. He has been there for quite a number of days. And wherever he visits schools,
Yes.
he ensures that he directs the expansion of facilities and directs allocation of resources for expansion of infrastructure. One thing I'm very happy with this administration is the deliberate release of resources to expand schools' infrastructure. But then that should not be centralized at the presidency. It should be an activity that is robustly supervised by the ministry and by the boards of management, so that then the policy that comes down and cascades from the presidency will meet the schools midway. So what I'm saying in short is that this is time, as we roll out the new curriculum up to grade 10, it is also time to upgrade all our schools' infrastructure to world-class status. Otherwise, how can we get to Singapore if we don't take our schools' infrastructure, first of all, to Singapore level?
Yeah, for a couple of decades, we have known that there was going to be a youth bulge, even before it actually happened. It was foreseen that we shall have these kinds of numbers as far as our youths are concerned. Was there anything, and especially during the time that you were in Parliament, during 2017 to 2022, that things such as what we are currently witnessing, were they, number one, foreseen, and were there any kinds of mitigation? Was there any kind of mitigation to see how we shall not experience this?
You know, that goes to, we did national census and population in 2019.
Yes, we did.
That is meant to assist government in planning. You are able to project the human population over a period of 10 years, and therefore you're able to plan for their social services, basically. That is health and education.
Yes.
And the previous administration, I think I faulted very deeply. We didn't see serious planning, even in terms of looking at expansion of populations in schools and building of infrastructure. What I saw was the policy of 100% transition. And I did question. You've started 100% transition.
Yes.
But you've not accompanied it with a cogent policy that is predictable and that is accompanied by resources to expand infrastructure. So that then schools that are boarding, you expand the boarding facilities, and all other schools, you expand the classrooms and you expand other learning infrastructure.
You raised
There
this.
was nothing. I raised.
What was the response?
Of course, being a political ecosystem, you are seen as a troublemaker. I raised issues about CBC. I was seen as undermining and sabotaging CBC.
Okay.
I raised about congestion in schools and lack of expansion of infrastructure. That was not listened to. But I'm happy with this administration. The work that is going on with infrastructure is great. It is measurable.
Right.
And you can see at Alliance High School, because these are things that we see with our own eyes. Already, government funding that has gone to Alliance High School to expand in infrastructure, classrooms, labs, dining, and other facilities that are required by students is 500 million shillings. 500 million shillings is not little money. And when you see the presidential directives in the different places, it is in terms of 10 million and above to expand infrastructure. So to me, there is a good plan and strategy from the government. But now we need to have a proper discussion so that it is uniform across the country.
Yes.
And that then, when you look at the voted on repair, maintenance, and installation in senior schools, is actually about 5,000 per child. And it has reached a time we ask, what is this 5,000 delivering annually in every school? It is possible through this capitation, and we now work on equity. There is a principle of equity.
Yes.
Yes, you can have an idea, but if it is happening in some select schools and not all schools, then it is not, the idea is good, but it is not equitable.
Yeah.
So it should happen in all schools. And maybe going into the future, revising capitation, it should not just be capitation, because in this country, we talk of release capitation, and we stop our debate there. We don't question what has capitation done.
There's something that has puzzled me, Mheshimiwa. Whenever I look at the budget that is allocated for education, it is now, I think, 700 billion plus. How does it work? Is this money under the charge and the power of disbursement to the ministry, or is this thing controlled and determined in the Ministry of Finance? How does this work? Because you hear of this huge amount, and the huge amount that I hear of, when I hear of the projects and the plans that are underway, it makes sense. If you are going to overhaul infrastructure, you need to move the budget from whether it was 500 billion, 600 to 700. It makes sense. But how exactly does it cascade so that we know that this is actually working in every government school that requires, because not all government schools require new infrastructure?
Yes, I think that's a valid question, and it's about then feedback. I think we should change your question to, are we getting value for the money, value of the money when it is dispersed to schools? We've concentrated on the debate of releasing. It is released by the Treasury. It's an investment program that is controlled at the Ministry of Education and dispersed by the Treasury. But the supervision of what it does is the responsibility of the ministry and that of the Comptroller and Auditor General. I'm happy the Comptroller and Auditor General, which is an independent office, has expanded its capacity and now is able to supervise and check what is happening in schools. So I think there needs to be collective public sensitization that is, as a school, because a school is a community. There are boards of management, the Parent Teachers Association, and there are students, organizations, so that then the money that comes to a school is not that the money has been dispersed by government for term one, these millions of shillings. And the voted for infrastructure has 3 million shillings, for example. And then you can track the activities. The activities must be tracked and accounted even at school level. When Kibaki started the rollout of free education, there was engagement of PricewaterhouseCoopers to help in auditing of money and in assisting schools to engage in proper procurement. And there was a procuring committee for books and for other things.
Yeah.
And there was, because we know corruption is a common thing, and schools will become crucibles and very serious centers of corruption in terms of procurement. And it is happening in many schools as of now. And at that time, there was a policy that when money is dispersed to school,
Yeah.
you must display on the notice board the amount of money that has come and what it is doing. And when books are being procured, it must be received by a procuring committee of the parents, so that it is known that actually books have been delivered. Because what could have happened, and actually what happened, is that you could get a bookshop that is delivering books to school during the day, and those books in the night are brought back to the bookshop, and then the next day they are delivered
To another school. Same
and
thing.
brought back in the evening. Yeah, because the culture of corruption in Kenya is so terrible that with more funding going to school than the vested interest of cartels of corruption getting into schools.
Is that what is
and that
happening
is
with
now where the question has come in. With all this money, you have seen 700 billion going into education. The big question is,
Where are the textbooks?
are we able to check, no, leave alone the textbooks, and ensure that all this money is giving us value for what it is budgeted for in every school, not in some school, in every school.
Is that the
Because
issue we're having with textbooks, with STEM textbooks to be specific?
No, with textbooks for grade 10, I think it was a bigger logistical problem, because
How?
I think not how you are in Kenya. The publishers complained that they had not been paid on time, and therefore there was delay in
The
printing
discussion
books.
of books, you start with the syllabus.
Yeah.
When you talk about books and you talk about the content, it's a completely. Who are the people? It's a very different story.
You develop the syllabus design and define scope and content, and then the publishers will print the books. You vet the books. After vetting the books, then they are printed. You qualify.
And you see, there's this
And then
issue of
print.
vetting. You see, if there's a ministry that needs to inform people, it's this one. When you have such a whooping budget, wouldn't it be a nice thing if the ministry said, of the schools we have that require immediate infrastructure overhaul are the following, so that people know.
Yes.
And we are allocating, this is the sort of money that we are going to be allocating for this sort of By the way, the government allocates money for infrastructure to schools. It does, even today.
It does, yes.
It does. I know, because I was the chairman of the board of management of a school in my village. So I know. You wanted a classroom, you wanted to upgrade a lab, they send the money. Okay? But when you want to now overhaul, it means you're raising down infrastructure. The trust deficit that we sometimes speak of is reduced significantly when you've been informed. So if you haven't bothered to inform yourself, but the information is there, that's a different discussion. But most of the time, you hear of this huge figure.
Yeah.
And you're busy wondering, fine, this figure, how exactly, and you put it correctly, are we going to meet these needs that we know exist? How?
And I think this is now where the media comes in, and other critical education stakeholders, the civil society, and rightly as City put it, we need a strong communication channel.
Yeah.
And everything that goes on in a school, information must be communicated effectively and thoroughly to the stakeholders, because there are board of management, the parents association, so that then all this funding must be accounted to this, even including students.
Yes.
It is important to announce to the students that today the Ministry of Education has dispersed 15 million to our schools. And this 15 million is going to cover tuition, 5 million. Administration expenses, that is payment of salaries for staff, another 5 million. And for activities, students' activities,
5
another
million.
2 million.
Okay.
Infrastructure, 3 million. And this is what we are going to do. And you display and take students along. Because I think we should be more open, more democratic, and such information should even be shared more with the students and then the parents. It must be shared. So we must devise a communication and transparent way of sharing information about
And this is the quality
funding at the
assurance
school.
you were talking about.
Yes, that's the work of quality assurance, to develop such a framework and policy. Because if you don't declare any funding that
There is
comes
no
to school,
accountability.
then that is the beginning of the laws of accountability. It begins at the school. It becomes a routine administrative activity. And then when you talk of now equity in terms of that, why can't it happen in every school? Why can't it happen in every school and in every institution? Because we are not only talking about basic education. I think we talk a lot about basic education. Even in TVETs, declare what goes there. In the universities, declare what gets to the universities and what, and also demonstrate what has been done. Because these students they meet, they know in another school there's an overhaul of infrastructure. In their school, nothing is happening. And that we feel that impact during admission, because people know in school X,
they don't have labs.
In school X, nothing happens at all. And in school Y, we see efforts, we see buildings, we see, and we even see performance. This is where differences come in, because we create inequality by some schools not doing what they're supposed to do. So activities in schools should be uniform.
You see, Paul, what often happens is you can heap all the blame on the Ministry of Education or the Ministry of Finance. This openness enables you to understand the problem may be within the school and the school board, because they have the money. There are so many problems that are solved when there's this.
And not only the money, they have the authority.
Yes. Yes. There are so many issues that are resolved once this is known. The parents cannot say they don't know, because they've been told, and they can actually ask and say, this is the information that we have.
Like we know in January, the government already disbursed the 44 billion for capitation.
Yes.
So anyone complaining, then we need to understand where is the complaint.
Why are you complaining? Money has been disbursed. I do support my school, whereas as we support as alumni. So we coordinate programs. Not that we put a lot of money, but we help coordinate the programs of the school. And through capitation and other funding, all the old buildings are being cleared, classrooms, and we are putting up new ones, laboratories and all that. But parents decided that since government money is doing classroom work and others, then it is our responsibility to do some other duty also, and build some dormitories and an ultra-modern dining hall complex, and which is built to international status. And the parents know this is our program. We know every parent has to pay some 5,000 shillings, and it is 15,000 shillings, and it is paid once. And you seek approval from the ministry, it's approved, it is inspected. So they know there is accountability. The parents can come and they know this is what we are building. We've gone up to this extent. With this, our contribution. The government and the government capitation money and other donations from government are doing classrooms. It has done this much, and it is known. Even students know. And when you find it, that coordination where parents are matching the efforts of government, then schools do far much faster. And many schools do that. They're struggling to match the efforts of government. And by doing so, they know we are we are expediting the development of the school and making students more comfortable. And in such schools, they register good outcomes, good results.
Even the morale is good.
And people are generally happy.
Yeah.
A school tends to be happy. And let me tell you, if a school is not a center of happiness, then that is not a school. We have a problem.
What is the fate of the 44,000 GSS interns who've been declared unconstitutional and therefore illegal?
The whole issue of teacher recruitment has been a challenge in this country. And I remember in 2011, I led a strike of 14 days to abolish the policy of employing teachers on contract. And it was successful. I signed a return to work formula.
Yes.
That saw the conversion of 23,000 teachers to PNP. And also an agreement that government would employ additional teachers annually through a budget and on PNP. And that saw the expansion of the number of teachers from 235,000 in 2011 to now currently over 400,000 to match the teacher requirement in the country. To me, I think the government of Kenya has done well to honor that commitment of expanding the number of teachers in the teaching service in Kenya under employment at the Teacher Service Commission. Kenya Kwanza administration committed to hire 116,000 teachers, which is done, it is at 100,000 teachers. But with a model, because of constraint of resources, of getting them first on internship for, I think the Teacher Service Commission developed a policy which I think last year they changed it to 2 years, that you can serve for 2 years, then you are absorbed to P&P. But then the court has adjudicated that policy and declared it unconstitutional.
Yes.
So when we are at this point, what it means is that Teacher Service Commission will not continue with that with that approach.
Yes.
So, 2 things about it. 1, avail money to absorb all the teachers on internship.
Yes.
That now rests with Parliament to play with the envelopes that are committed to the different state departments by doing reallocation and availing money. That would be the easiest thing to do, because you cannot fire these teachers. Losing jobs, that is a big no, because we'll be walking backwards. If anything, another 16,000 teachers need to be hired this year, the next financial year, so that we bridge the gap and then avail resources. 2, this policy of internship, we need a strong legislation and a policy. And when that is done and negotiated with the public, because it goes through public participation, then we shall know this internship, what is the purpose.
Are you saying what we have currently is not sufficient?
It is not sufficient.
I mean, if the courts have declared it
because
unconstitutional, then
now if the courts declare the process unconstitutional, then it means legally and policy-wise, it is weak, it is not strong. I raised that concern actually in 2018, that you need to develop a serious policy on this, and even up to and including legislation about it, so that it is known. You know, even you city, you know, you taught as a BOM teacher. I suspect you must have taught as a BOM teacher.
I actually taught as a trained teacher. You know those board of management learnings that we did after Form 4 and Form 6? No, that and I bypassed. Yes, but I went as a UT.
Yes.
Okay, to a school. No, internship, teacher training, as they used to call. What was it? What did we call it?
Teaching practice.
Teaching practice. Thank you so much. I went to a school called Star of the Sea. I later came and taught there. I taught in another school first, then was transferred. But the truth is this: there was one university then, and the whole faculty of education was at Kenyatta University College. Okay, so whatever we had then suited that purpose and that time. So you knew that you would go for the teacher. Yes. At that time, I wondered though, because the practice, Mheshimiwa, do you really think that practice was actually enough? Because I'll explain why I'm asking. I look at some of the internship of the trainings that people got at the polytechnic, who had trainings, who had trained in polytechnics. Over the period of time they were in college, almost every year they went for an attachment. So by the time this person graduated with their diploma or higher diploma, they're actually very competent in doing exactly what they wanted. But we had this training; it was a one-stop shop, and
that's it.
And then you went back to teach.
You know, internship, I think it's the wrong concept. And that's why the courts found it unconstitutional, because once you graduate a teacher,
yes,
that teacher has gone through teaching practice, has gone through all the requisites. The only thing that is remaining is employment. And I wanted to say, prior to being employed, even after finishing Form 6 City, you taught.
Yes.
That was voluntary teaching. We taught as volunteers.
My parents did as well.
A board of management teacher is not a fully employed teacher, but is a volunteer. Who is paid some salaries.
Okay.
So in fact, this is something that should not have been called internship, but it should be called volunteer teaching, because you are volunteering. You're not employed.
Okay. And you're actually not even trained to be a teacher.
Yes, so
that's what I call UT.
But now the law in Kenya, you must be trained and registered to teach.
Yeah.
So nobody can teach unless you are trained. But then what we needed to do in between the transition from graduating to permanent employment, somewhere in between, I think the concept was to absorb as many teachers as possible as resources are organized to absorb them. It was wrong to call it internship, because internship falls within the training. It should have been called volunteer teaching policy, and put it in law, put it and that volunteer teaching attract stipends. And when you accept to do volunteer teaching, then you qualify for automatic absorption, and it works for a specified period of time. Why are we doing it as a country? It is unique to us because we have trained many teachers, and these teachers cannot hang out there. Are you able to get into this volunteer service period? And what happens during the period of volunteer service? I think we needed a policy and a law, but not that word of internship, contracting. The problem in this country is that we don't listen at time. You conceive something and the policy makers conceive and hurry with it. They are in a hurry to implement.
And it morphs into something different.
Yes, but if this matter was discussed, convene a national conference on teaching and invite the unions, invite the stakeholders, and then discuss.
Mheshimiwa, I want to ask you about the union.
We could come up with somebody very nice, very nice.
We have like a minute before we end this, but I really need to know what the beef is between you and OU, because the court has cleared you, and I know you're gunning for that Kenya National Union of Teachers position. Where do we stand right now as far as this is concerned?
Kenya National Union of Teachers is a democratic, free and independent union. I am a fully paid up member of NAT since 1st of September 1993, when I joined the teaching service. Even when I stepped out in 2021, I have paid my union dues in full, up to and including June 2026, and paid supplementary dues, which is allowed internationally. So I'm fully paid. In fact, if there is any unionist in Kenya, a member in Kenya, who has contributed beyond, then it is Wilson Sosea. So I'm qualified. And my brother Oyu, whom I mentored, together with the team that I mentored before I was disrupted by the other administration, should not panic about my candidate. I think they are panicking too much because what is happening, the claim for me to go back to NAT is not my initiative. It is the initiative of the teachers of Kenya, because I think UN group have reduced the union from a vibrant Marxist union that it is known for in the education sector. They've reduced it into a social union that you sit at the corner, hear nothing, see nothing, and speak nothing about teachers. And and you know, the teachers of this country are so vibrant. The teachers of this country, they are so vibrant. They want to participate effectively in their political and democratic rights within an existing government ecosystem, and they feel that I should go. And in fact, I've asked teachers, I'm awaiting further instructions and engagement by the government. They're telling me, no, don't worry about the government. Don't even wait for a job from government. Come and do this one, because you know you can do it very well for us. So for me, I think I'm just like Moses, who was looking after Jethro's goats in the wilderness. I've heard the cries of my teachers in Egypt, and I'll go back. Moses was never stopped from going to Egypt. He went to Egypt and took the children of Israel out of Egypt. And so I am eligible, and you should prepare a democratic process and accept my name and his on the ballot, or alternatively, because he's retired. Once you are past retirement age, leave the union. We have a bad culture in the country that retirees are manning the union, and that is wrong. They cannot speak for their grandchildren. You know, when you're in the teaching force, and the teachers who are in the teaching force are either your sons or your grandchildren, can you speak for them? That is a bad culture. So you and anyone else who is past 60 years should just pack and go home. They should not even be on the ballot. And I want to face a teacher who is under 60 in the ballot for the office of the Secretary General. And in fact, if that happens, by the way, if there was a young teacher younger than me would gun for the office of the Secretary General, I would not offer my candidature. You would step down? I would not, yes, because it's good to strengthen the other generation. That is what I had planned. But you see, coming up with a culture of dismantling the constitution, and you want to be a Secretary General for life in NAT, that members of NAT have said no, including me, and I agree. When you clock 60, retire and go home. So Oyu has no locus anymore to speak for teachers and to lead teachers because it's past retirement. Let him go home.
I agree with you on one thing. The NAT of 2001 when I was in high school and the NAT of 2026 kidogo ziko tofauti.
Not kidogo. They're different. Why? Because the NAT of 2001 was operating on political revolution theory or Marxist theory, where you organize and sensitize members and define your objectives and fight for those objectives, including salaries and other terms and conditions of service. But what we call social theory and social unions are those who accept to go to bed with the employers and they approve everything that the employer proposes, even if they are detrimental to their members, and they sit and eat the union dues. It is a union dues eating club, but with no work for the ordinary members. And that is where NAT classically is at the moment. It has been reduced into a social union. And that is what members are resisting.
Thank you, Honorable Wilson Sossion, for availing yourself for this particular conversation. This is where we come to a close, but the conversation in the next hour is definitely about to take place. Now, in case you're wondering who we are hosting up next, why don't you check our social media spaces? But right now, here's the news with Winnie Maganga.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. A Nairobi court has released Festus Omwamba on a 5 million Kenya shillings bond after he was charged with human trafficking. Omwamba is accused of recruiting between 22 and 25 Kenyans and luring them with promises of high-paying jobs in Russia for up to $9,000 a month. However, prosecutors say the victims were instead sent to fight for Russia in the war in Ukraine. Magistrate Patrick Yage also ordered the suspect to deposit all his travel documents with the court as the case continues. The Directorate of Criminal Investigations has dismissed reports of a mass grave in Kericho County. DCI Director Amin Mohammed said preliminary investigations show the site contains unclaimed bodies that had been transferred from Nyamira County. He said the issue had been exaggerated on social media and confirmed that investigators found no evidence of a mass grave or links to a mosque as earlier claimed.
This matter was hyped and made sensational by the social media. There wasn't anything like a mass grave. And we were able to establish that these were bodies transferred from Nyamira District Referral Hospital to a private cemetery in Kericho belonging to NCCK, and that they were court orders. But however, we are interrogating the process of the acquisition of those court orders. As we are talking today, we were able to arrest 2 suspects who are persons of interest to us.
Nairobi Governor Johnson Sakaja has announced the immediate rehabilitation of Nairobi Dam after an inspection reveals safety concerns. The Water Resources Authority, Nairobi Rivers Commission, and Nairobi City Water and Sewage Company took part in the assessment. Governor Sakaja said the county will implement an emergency plan to stabilize dam and prevent possible failure.
So the decision to be made, which I was saying, was one, either we fully decommission the dam, or 2, we do full rehabilitation. At this stage, the direction we're taking is full rehabilitation because the reasons for this dam still exist. Yes, it has inconvenienced our people because of human interference over years, over decades, but we can restore that. It is possible. We have seen preliminary designs. We've seen what agencies have looked at. So in Ezekana, so we are ruling out decommissioning.
Police in Nigeria say 15 people have been arrested following allegations of sexual assault at a community festival in the southern Delta state. Videos circulated online showing young men openly attacking women who were on their own. The clip sparked widespread anger, leading to the hashtag Stop Raping Women to trend on social media and renewed calls for accountability over gender-based violence. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
Sports on Radio Generation.
Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno. The world's tennis number 1 Aryna Sabalenka made swift work of a Miami Open match against Zhang Xinwen to cruise into the quarterfinals. The reigning champion took just 1 hour and 25 minutes to beat her Chinese opponent 6-3, 6-4. Sabalenka has won the US Open in each of the past 2 years and looks in serene form. She'll face Hailey Baptiste in the last 8 after the American defeated Latvian Jelena Ostapenko. The government says Kenya is on track to meet CAF's deadlines for hosting next year's African Cup of Nations. Sports PS Elijah Mwangi says there is enough time to pay the 3.9 billion shillings hosting fee. He told MPs the government will ask the Treasury for the money in the supplementary budget.
The concern that we have is State Department for Sports. We have up to 30th of March this year 2026 to have paid our hosting fees, which is 30 million USD or 3.9 billion Kenya shillings. So I put my case. We had a discussion with the committee led by Chair Honorable Dan Wanyama, and we agreed that we are going to reach out to the National Treasury so that they can provide that money.
And that's your sports update on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Samuel Otieno.
Sports on Radio Generation. This is Radio Generation.
The National Environmental Management Authority NEMA hereby notifies the public that it has received an environmental impact assessment study report for a proposed development by Season Global Limited. The project involves the construction of a 7-story hotel with a total of 185 suites. The development is on plot numbers Nairobi/Block 91/157 and 91/158 along United Nations Crescent in Gigiri, Westlands Sub-County, Nairobi City County, pursuant to Section 59 of the Environmental Management and Coordination Act, CAP 387. A full copy of the report is available for inspection during working hours at the Office of the Director General NEMA and the County Director of Environment, Nairobi City County, or online at www.nema.go.ke. NEMA invites members of the public to submit oral or written comments within 30 working days from the date of this notice. Comments may be emailed to info@nema.go.ke. Please quote reference number NEMA/ENVIS/SR/00490.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
A very good morning to you and welcome back to Radio Generation. The time right now is 11 minutes past 8 o'clock. In studio, we are hosting MP from Mbeere North Constituency, Honorable Leo Wamudhende. But before we get into deep conversations ya city, si usome mheshimiwa ile methali ili aweze kukuambia anafikiria nini hiyo.
For hosting me today.
Karibu sana.
And I look forward to having an engaging conversation.
Yes.
So a lot of what I see today, when I see 2-term and 1-term, because I see people it's like who have made up their mind. Whatever you tell them, whether you tell them about development or whether you tell them you are following a murderer, they still have made up their mind. So it's a very, I don't know how you chose it, but to me, I need to share it on my platforms that we might be doing some useless, taking some useless venture, you know, trying to convince men and women who have made up their mind. But I believe we have a chance. That's a good one from Mung'ala.
I don't think I had seen that one coming.
No, I hadn't either. But the example is pertinent, isn't it?
Yes, it's a very perfect example.
Yes.
But in politics, mheshimiwa, we know these things happen. Leo uko hapa kidogo kidogo unavuka pande lengine. So I think in politics it's very easy to convince men to change their minds.
Yeah, I'm still hoping we get to that point where people stand by values. I remember Moi speaking about it.
Yeah.
I know we of course have our issues with Moi, but at least we remember him for principles. He was saying, if you come to Kanu, please just come because of principles. You have listened to what we have to offer, our manifesto, then you join. So that when you are leaving, you're also leaving because of things that we have not done. But if you look at Kenya, unfortunately, even the people leading this 1-term battalion, they were all singing another song just 1.5 years ago. And we say we have better memories, we have bigger brains. Actually, that's our greatest gain from evolution. But I think I want to agree with the president. Some people are not using enough brain cells. I don't want to say they don't have brains. I want to say
that they refuse.
They are not using enough brain cells. Because you can't tell us one thing today and tomorrow you make a U-turn.
Something different,
yes.
Congratulations by the I think it was the High Court that struck out your election petition.
No. There were 2 petitions.
Okay.
One was struck out. One, we had very interesting hearings last week.
Okay.
We had, I'm told, I'm a scientist, and
Yes.
some things I'm told about law, some don't make sense. Like you can't speak about something that is in court.
All right.
Yeah, but I can say we've had a hearing, and I think by before the timeline given by the Constitution, we'll have a ruling.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm very confident because even in the recent by-elections, I had 2 MCA by-elections in Mbere North constituency. We won, in fact, emphatically, and this is somewhere we were competing with, I was up against party leaders, and it was quiet this time. People were told my election was, it was more than a presidential campaign.
It was energetic.
Very energetic.
Yeah.
That's where Mudende trended from. But this time we did a good issue-based campaign, and people listened to us. So I'm confident the court will, respect the people's will and make a good judgment for that matter. I am very confident,
right?
Because even some of the prayers sought were not given, because you cannot come out and say you want a recount and there is no single unsigned form. And I must confess that as we speak today, it is very hard to rig an election. You have to talk to the people, or some people try to cause violence, but once it's counted at the polling station, and people are free, by the way, to stand even outside. You cannot go inside, but you can stand outside and witness the counting.
Right.
Do
they still count as in?
Yes.
One?
Yes.
Because I remember, yes, I've been an election official, so I remember that's how they used to count.
Yes.
Inatolewa and it's announced.
Yes.
Inawekwa chini.
Yes.
Inawekwa juu. That's what they still do.
That's what they do. So first, actually, when they empty the box, they show you it's empty.
Yeah.
And then when all the ballots are there, now they say you have ascertained, it's sealed again. And then they start counting. Before they count, the agents have to be, you have to have agents who have good eyesight. Because first they confirm. They show the ballot and say, now this is Wamudende.
So everyone confirms.
There is the box where you have to tick. If it's slightly out, it is kept aside as a spoilt vote. But now, after any contestation, they have kept it aside. Later, they can now say, they can discuss as agents what was the intention of the voter and agree. But any mark outside the box, first they keep it aside.
Are you trying to say that if it was inside the box, then itoke nje? For example, if I'm ticking Omudende,
yes,
ilianza ndani but ikatoka nje, that's a spoiled vote.
Hiyo kwanza inawekwa kando. Sasa it's now the agents and everyone. The good thing, it's not computers. If it was computers doing it, it's out.
Okay.
But people can actually now
apply some intelligence.
What they will. Now when that is done, za Mudende ziko hapa, za Newton ziko hapa, like Muga is saying, now they count 1, 2, like that. It's very,
so
yeah.
Wamudende. And you can check inawekwa kando. Newton inawekwa kando. Johnson inawekwa kando. Yes.
Okay. As a first time MP, you've been now there for what, 4 months?
Yeah, now this is my 4 months.
How did it feel when you saw all these people coming to campaign for you, the president, the deputy president, CSs, like everyone was in support of you being the member of parliament?
Honestly, it was humbling because you have people who don't know you, they don't know what you stand for, but because you are in their party, you are in government, they trust that you are the right person for the people. Actually, I found that a leap of faith. You know, I remember when the deputy president came, and I really have a lot of respect for the deputy president.
Yes.
I didn't go beyond my undergraduate, but for good reasons. I chose not to.
Okay.
Anyway, but now I have a lot of...
That is a good reason.
Yeah. I have now a lot of respect for people who carry that professor title, because when he came, he didn't tell me anything on the first day. He just observed me, what I'm doing, what I'm saying. The next morning, because he's normally very punctual, and you know, I was called a simple man. He's very simple. He told me he's within where the meeting was. He was actually in the chief's office, so he had some notes for me. You know, this I like that you're communicating agenda, but one, do this, communicate to the people, you know, do... as in, he actually
there are some
took
things
time,
he needed to project.
Exactly. He took time to guide me, and I felt I have a good boss. I have a mentor. I have someone who can see weaknesses and tell me, rather than politics. You know, in politics, people just want to talk to Mwananchi and shout and, you know, not really get in touch or get to the level of Mwananchi. And he helped me do that. Same with Governor Cecily Mbarire, even CS Ruku. And you'll notice that during my campaigns, everything was said about me. I never said anything about the opponent. I think I sometimes wish the campaign was now, because now all the horns are blazing. I mean, everything is open. We are on full throttle, because even our leader has spoken. He has decided to use 1% of his time,
yes,
at least to respond to some of these things that are said about him that are unfortunate.
What was what was your agenda for the people of Mbeere North?
Now, one, I may speak a little about Mbeere so that you understand.
Okay.
You know, we are in Embu County. Embu County has the Embu side. Embus mostly live in the upper Embu, which is a good agricultural area with good rainfall, you know, recorded every year. So you have enough food. You know, you have coffee, you have tea. Actually, the best tea is mostly from Embu County. Of course, Meru and other areas will contest. But so you have that side. Then now you have Mbeere. Mbeere borders Kamba. So this is a vast area that is dry, that has been neglected over time, several governments. So we are in Embu County. In fact, as we speak, we are not even eligible for the equalization fund, because Embu County is not considered an area that is, you know, disadvantaged. So Mbeere's occupy that dry area. So poor road infrastructure, poor power connectivity, very few homes have tap water. In fact, less than 30%. We have no water for irrigation, though our land is arable. So my agenda was one, work on education, because I am here because of education. Any Mbeere you see around who has made it is because of education. We didn't inherit much, because that's the land our forefathers lived in. And while it's vast, you know, you find if you want to be said to have a lot of land in Mount Kenya, come to Mbeere. You'll find an acre at 200,000. You know, which is unfortunate.
How many constituencies are there in Mbeere?
We have two. We have Mbeere North and Mbeere South.
What do you grow in Mbeere?
Currently, you know, we still have maize, beans, we have sorghum, we have green grams.
So it may be semi-arid,
yes,
but it is arable.
It is very arable. But now, why your question is so important is because our people keep growing maize and feeding it to cows every season. Because it's the belief.
That's not wonderful cows you have there.
No. It's not by choice. It's not because we don't get enough rain. And that's why we keep talking to our people, because there is this thing, when most people, your neighbors are growing maize and beans, you don't believe you can survive without growing them. And we tell our people, please, green grams do well, cowpeas do well, sorghum does well. And hopefully now that the president is looking at greeneries, cotton did very well when I was growing up. It can do well in Bere. So that we go back to, such cash crops. Right now, our main cash crop is mogoka. It's what has turned around our economy, by the way. And that's why we fight a lot about it. I know people talk about other things, in terms of health. I'm a biochemist. I really fight for it. And, science is objective. So, back to your question, I chose to focus on education. Currently, I have done a lot to offer free day secondary education, and I'm working on it. And then the other thing is to provide water, provide a good road network. And I'm happy for now we have a government that is listening to the people of Mbere. I have some 2 roads being done. I've requested for more roads to be made motorable. So there is the water issue. Mbere South as a water project that I believe in the next budget we are going to get water from the dam. By the way, most of the electricity, you are in touch with Mbere. If you are to think, in terms of networks, this is going all the way to Mbere. Most of the electricity, 60% comes from Mbere. And it's sad that we have less than 30% homes covered. So
how does the electricity come from Mbere?
From the Seven Forks. The dam.
Seven Forks is in Mbere.
Yeah,
so Seven Forks is in Mbere.
Yes.
How is it then that you seem to have an irrigation problem?
Exactly. There were, during Kibaki time, when Honorable Charity Ngilu was water minister, she got water from Kiambere Dam to Mwingi.
Yes.
This has never been done. But as we speak now, there is water from one of the dams. The second dam is Kamburu Dam to Mbere South. Now, the next project was water from Kiambere Dam to Mbere North. So we had an issue of funding, but I believe now with the National Infrastructure Fund, which takes away major infrastructure projects from the budget, now people like Mbere can benefit from the national budget, and I believe we'll get that.
What's the status of your water table in Mbere?
We have some areas where you have good depths, water at good depth, like from, but it's basically some areas you have 80 meters, some areas you have up to 180 meters. Yeah, so like now I've succeeded in lobbying for around 6 boreholes only. Can you imagine
but in 4 months, that is remarkable.
Yeah, so in 780 square kilometers, only 4 boreholes, but it is something. So I believe, and I've really tried to talk to the ministry so that we try and get high yield boreholes, so that we can also use, you can because again, what happens in an arid area, the occupied areas are very distant from each other. So if you decide to reticulate water, for example, you might be taking water very far.
It becomes very expensive.
Exactly, it becomes very expensive. So it's actually really such a catch-22. But what I've also lobbied for is a BOZA. It's I know doesn't sound really like a solution.
But
at least you can move from this high-yield borehole to another village somewhere, and to me, it's worked out to be a bit cheaper and a short-term solution for now.
Mheshimiwa, it's not even a short-term solution. You're forgetting that this city, people live with Bowsers.
Imagine.
Yeah, so it's not a short-term solution.
True.
It is a solution.
Yeah,
actually true. Yeah, I like your perspective.
There are places in Afghanistan, as much as it is across an ocean, but there are places in Afghanistan, they actually survive on water Bowsers. In some areas, actually, they have one serving thousands of people. So it's not really a far-fetched
I
idea.
think I need to go there. I
Yeah.
need to go and see how they are doing it. I hope I'll survive.
You see, one of the things that we sometimes perhaps don't pay heed to is how we need to move from certain mindsets.
Yeah.
The fact that the area you come from doesn't get as much rain as the other parts of the country or the region doesn't mean that water isn't available.
True.
So you want to access whatever is available in whatever manner is available. So water is not a problem.
Exactly.
Okay?
Yeah.
We have an institution we like mentioning here. It used to be called CARI. Now it's called CALRO.
Yeah.
The sort of work they do makes it possible to answer the question we're referring to earlier on: what to grow, how to grow it, and what to do with it, so that region stops being referred to as just semi-arid and not adequately fertile.
Yeah.
They actually research and ensure that there are things that can actually grow very well in that place and would not grow just as well in others.
Yes.
Let me ask now a political question.
Yeah.
We have been informed by social media and other forms of media, radio, TV, and commentaries that people make, that this particular government is particularly unpopular.
Yes.
I'm talking about where you come from.
Yeah.
I'm not talking about the mountain, where you come from. Why would you say that there are people who find this government unpopular? I've framed my question carefully.
Yes. Very good question. From a scholar, I guess. So now, very good question. And so, why is it that people find this government unpopular?
Yes.
Simple. The message that has been communicated to them over the past 2 years, what they have been fed with for the last 2 years. You are told you have a president who does not listen, who steals, who lies, everything wrong about someone that you voted for. You feel cheated, you feel betrayed, and you start hating. And the brain is made in a very amazing way. The part that controls emotion, it's among the tiniest parts of the brain. And the part that you use for reasoning is the largest. But if you appeal to someone's emotion, they can do anything. That's why you have suicide bombers. You have, even brothers going against each other because of land. Because you flood your brain with this emotion and you can't think. And now, what did we have to do? We start talking to the people. And we try. It wasn't easy, by the way. In fact, even now, people are still coming back, to government. For me, I speak the truth. I'm known for that. So we are not yet there. Even in Bere, you can see that from the MCA by elections, the people who voted overwhelmingly voted for government, and that's because, for example, I had already implemented free-day secondary school. It can be seen, it can be felt. We have a road that is being tarmacked. The contractor is on site, because we are used to leaders speaking one thing and then coming back and saying, I remember during Kibaki time when he gave 100 days, people are saying, I did not say 100 calendar days. I did not say 100 sequential days. So what is it about? So we are used to that, but I'm happy our people are listening. So people do not like government because of what they hear. Like for me, I've never met Trump. I've just heard about him speak and what the media says about him. So I form an opinion of Trump. It may be not what he is, but if you ask people what opinion they have of the president, those who are against him, it's mainly what they have heard about him. And that's why even for me, when I get these platforms, because sometimes I may not get him as much, I say, please, Mr. President, share your private life with Kenyans. Let them know how you've gone from selling chicken on the roadside to being having a farm of, I think, is it 2 million chicken or 1.8 million chicken, selling 2 million eggs a day. Let Kenyans see this journey so that they also know we are all human. The other day I heard people say, well, he said something non-presidential. I mean, so let people say that sometimes you can actually feel it when people come out and say you are this and that. Yeah. So I hope that answers your question.
No,
it's what they hear.
actually, it doesn't answer my question.
Oh, okay. Okay.
The reason why it doesn't answer my question is not that you haven't tried to answer it.
Yeah.
Or you have tried to answer my question quite well.
Yeah.
There is in politics, not just in this country, there are certain processes of thought that are guided by narratives.
Yes.
So a narrative is created.
Yes.
If those who create it are effective in proliferating it, it is considered to be true. But
Very
it is
true.
a narrative.
Narratives.
Yes. So once it is accepted as a truth, dislodging that particular narrative from what it is seen as becomes very difficult.
Very true. Correct.
There is something we say in this studio very often, and we ask, it's in the form of a question. The government has the power of communication. What do I mean? Every ministry has a communication department.
Yeah.
Why do they allow narratives that work against the interests of the government they are in to take hold when they themselves could counter it by simply stating what they know to be true and what is verifiable? Why?
Well, I cannot say I would really effectively answer that question because I've asked myself, like during the campaigns, I remember I was asking the chiefs, we are not telling you, I don't want anyone to campaign for Leo Amudhende. No, just say what the government is doing. The president gives a speech all the time. You are the people on the ground. You are village elders. Village managers, Why can't you effectively communicate this? So now, I would just speculate, like there are people even within government, who probably maybe didn't have enough faith. I don't know. I would say maybe there are also people within government who are remnants of the same people creating the narratives, and you've put it very correctly. By the way, we have effective communication, and what happened is the narratives, again seemed to be true. And it was, again, too late sometimes for government to start coming and giving the right information. Even you consider something like SHA. By the time the minister, and I'm happy with the current minister because even when he made a presentation to Bunge, we actually were satisfied with the measures the government is taking in place to really take care of health for Kenya, because health is wealth anyway. So I still want to come out of this studio asking that question, and I want to challenge government departments, the communication department, when we are doing these markets, don't allow the opposition to say this market does not have, is not answering to the people, because that's what the opposition will do.
That is what they will
say.
So
they will say, yes, you've built a market, but who needs this market? So can you start by talking to the traders? Make even a documentary. Start with the traders, and they say, we want it here. Yeah, then start from the foundation stone, because sometimes even someone will say this was done by Uhuru, and it wasn't done. And like you say, narratives, when people have started listening to you and your narrative is seen to be true, anything you say afterwards becomes the truth.
It does.
So you give yourself a lot of work. It's an uphill task now, even for people like me who are trying to come and try change these narratives. It is very hard. That's why you are Angola proverb.
Yes.
Really, like I will wake up by it every day, and I have to convince myself that I can do something about it.
You see, for instance, you mentioned Shah.
Yeah.
I find it strange. We find it strange We have many people who come here and tell us it's not working.
Yes.
Okay?
Yeah.
Yet, in that same, immediately they say that they make a statement and said, but hospitals haven't been paid.
Yeah.
But that's the proof that it's working.
Exactly. People are going to hospital.
Yes. They've already received treatment. That's why hospitals can invoice.
Yes.
You see? Simple.
Yeah.
Others you ask, which aspect of SHA is not working?
Yeah.
Because there are 3 pillars.
Yeah.
We have found many people don't even know that there are 3.
Yeah.
So you ask, so this idea that it isn't working,
Yeah.
it has hiccups, many.
Yeah.
Okay? What is it that you find about it? There are many people who cannot answer.
Yeah.
Some tell you, I expected them to pay this amount.
Yes.
They only paid this.
Yeah.
But you've given proof that it's working.
Exactly.
Yes. Now, this simple statement that I'm making,
Yeah.
and when we look at it, we are puzzled ourselves. We say, but surely, why isn't the government defending what it has set in motion and what it is that people are benefiting from?
Yeah. So
yes.
so now people like me now are coming. I said I'll dedicate myself to correct some of this. One voice is not enough. I'm happy. So many of my colleagues are also doing it. But like you correctly put it, if every department in government has a communications department,
they do.
Then we also need them to help us. You know, in terms of you are speaking from the kitchen. You know, where it's all being done.
Yes.
For me, I have to pick all this from you know.
Yes.
And unfortunately, it is so. So for me, every platform I get, I tell Kenyans, please register for SHA. Once you register, you qualify for free treatment in level 2 facilities. You know, and then follow the referral channel, because SHA works on a referral model, and any good healthcare system has to work on a referral model. Start with your dispensary. Once you are a SHA patient, what I mean by that is you are referred. You will not get to a point where you say SHA's paid this and I paid this. But if you move from your house, you go to Embu level 5 hospital, SHA will pay a percentage, you have to pay the other, because you are not referred. So I encourage Kenyans to pay and join, actually to first register, you know, and I know even there is the Hustler Fund, you know, again. And allow me to say this. I was thinking I have to say this because, you know, even the previous talk was on education. When I graduated, I was lucky to have gotten a job very fast. Actually, I got while still in 4th year. So my first responsibility was to pay for help, you know. So when I hear of 563,000 defaulters, well, there is the argument some don't have jobs, but we all know. I have right now I don't know anyone around me who has not paid, but even 10 years into graduation, I knew people who were still earning and they were not declaring they had help loans.
Yes.
So Kenyans, can we also be responsible when we get a government loan? Remember, like for me, why I was so patriotic about help is because without help, I would not be here. I would not have gotten that job. And I knew if I pay help, it will help another Wamudhende back there at home. So the first thing I did, in fact, I remember I got a bonus one time, and I actually went to Anniversary Towers and I paid. They were even asking me, you know, you have they used to give you like 2,600 or about very little amount to pay. And I told them, no, I know there is someone in Kenya who needs this money so that they get where I am. Hustler Fund, I know opposition was celebrating that. It didn't work. But why didn't it work? Kenyans, they borrow. They don't want to pay. Instead of encouraging people to, because 500 shillings is a 1 week stock for someone. It can help someone educate, you know. So when someone borrows, yeah, and politician hapo anasema hiyo ni pesa ya serikali mkule, you know, instead of encouraging this person, because what happens in borrowing, you create a profile. So today you borrow 500, Tomorrow you graduate all the way to 30,000. And these people in the villages have very good business etiquette. They have business ethics. People, mama mboga pale, they really know hii ni yangu, hii ni profit, you know. So if you have a fund that can help our people, why do people fight? I said I'll say those two things. Because even Nyota, like now, I'm organizing sorry about that.
No,
I'm organizing for a Nyota training program for my constituency.
Yeah.
I'll call up friends. We talk to these guys, and we want to make sure that any business idea that grows from Nyota, by December, we can either buy into it or even fund it, because these young people need to grow. And we cannot all fit in employment. So if government is putting money in these people, politicians should stop. And I talk to the Gen Zs. Politicians should stop trivializing some of these things.
Actually, much more they won't. For the simple reason, we accept and propagate things which suit our purposes and which align with whatever political leaning we have.
Yeah.
You see, this particular president we have now, Dr. William Ruto, changed our politics and nobody wants to admit it openly.
Yeah.
Not many. He made it issue-based.
Yeah.
I may not have agreed with the issues, Hustler versus Dynasty, but it was an issue.
Yes.
He did something that nobody else had done before.
Yeah.
He actually signed charters, meaning the social contract was put on paper.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry. Just look it up and read and say, Bwana, you know, this is what you said.
Yeah.
So, again, the discussion about our politics took a completely different tangent.
Yeah.
Now, he's paying a steep price for it because he documented himself what he was going to do. Yeah. So people can point and say, this is what you wrote.
Yeah.
This is, forget what you said. Yeah. They can. But it is a different kind of politics. If I look at opposition politics, with the exception of probably one presidential candidate only, those who call themselves in the united opposition, if you listen carefully to their politics, they're actually taking us back to the old politics.
Exactly.
Anytime they speak, the issues they bring up are the issues that point to what is wrong with this current government. That's issues. That's easy.
Yeah.
It is very easy.
Very.
If you look at our political cycles, there's no president who, in the first 2 years, you will have a problem.
Yeah.
The reason is because people have expectations.
Yeah.
Now, what I find equally strange with what I see is this. How do I get, or how do we get Kenyans to understand that the entertaining politics that people in the opposition present you with doesn't change your life?
That is what we need. I don't know what we will do, because, for example, you speak issues, and people really don't want to hear that. People want to hear how someone is bad sometimes.
Yes,
even
they do. They do.
How someone has been stealing.
That's
and
what
you
they want
can't
to hear.
quantify. You know, you speak things you can't quantify. And for example, there is one young politician in this city, a senator, you know, and he really sensationalized himself among the youth. And then one day I asked myself, I even asked on TV one time, how do we? What are the measures we use, or the criteria of calling someone a good leader? A good leader. What mandate did you get? You know, and I was very criticized for saying that there are politics like done at Bunge la Mwananchi, and we have Bunge la Mwananchi all over Kenya. They are very eloquent, you know, very articulate young Kenyans. They speak, and you've seen some posts on social media, and they speak even sometimes better than some of these senators. But they speak like that because they don't have a platform. So I ask myself, like, governors are crippling businesses because of pending bills. As a young senator, what have you done? even in this Nairobi, people are running away from doing business. People are running away from their own businesses, closing down, getting into depression. You know, people what have you done to even have a conversation, even one single post where you went to sit with your governor as an oversighter, you know, as someone who was to oversight, and you tell them you have a pending bill of 10 billion. Can we have a journey towards reducing it by even 1 billion in 5 years? You know, a conversation for your people. We had an issue about drainage that showed us what nature, you know, as a scientist, I tell people, nature does not even know you. It does not even know you exist. You know, it does not even care. It does, like, it's blind to our existence as human beings. And it does not, it corrects itself.
Yeah.
So when you see these things happening, people say we got extra rainfall. You know, the other day, governor said something that shocked me, you know, about what would happen if Nairobi Dam burst its banks. You know, and I'm like, well, should I just go back and stay in Bere? Because these people will come and tell us something after that happens. And they are speaking about it now. What are they waiting for? Are they reinforcing? Okay, I'm happy the national government is coming in to assist. But my question was, when you actually glorify someone because of the number of words they speak per minute, you know, not action, not what you send them to do. Yeah, what are you telling us as Kenyans? For example, you have a platform, you know, you have a platform here at Radio Generation, and you are using it to create impact. You are not just another person out there. So you can come here and put someone to task, you know. You can actually, you know, make someone, like, you know, asking those really good questions for someone to speak and not run away, you know, from giving correct answers. So I want to say, like you correctly put, I also look forward to the day when we will come and speak issues. Not this one stall. They have not been charged. We have institutions. They don't work in these institutions. You know, you have an issue like Nairobi Hospital, which is, you know, one of the most premier medical facilities in the region, which is going down. And it's true, it's going down. The doctors are complaining. You have more than 2,000 members versus a board of, you know, less than 15 people. And, you know, a board that is voted out and they go to court. Who does that, you know? So instead of looking at issues, people politicize, oh, the president wants to buy Nairobi Hospital. Surely. You know, so we have, like you put it, this is what Kenyans want to hear, you know? Watu anataka kusikia, oh, he wants to grab it, you know, because he's grabbing.
It's a narrative.
Yeah.
It's a narrative.
Yeah.
And it's a narrative that has gained in strength.
Yes.
And gained in reach. And it's a narrative that the president wants to buy everything. That really is the narrative.
Yeah. And we spoke about communication and narratives.
Yes, and it's been pushed.
Yeah.
And there are people who lap it up.
Yeah.
You see, the bed that the government finds itself in right now, the government made it.
Yeah. Yes, by then you kweli. Mheshimiwa, before we get into this bed again, there's a question here. First of all, let me read a comment. Nuru says, I find this fellow a gentleman and genuine, contrary to all the negatives we were fed about him prior to the by-election. I wish him well. But now there's another bigger question here by several individuals. But let me take this one by Fundi Bonoko because it kind of encompasses everything what everyone is saying. He is asking 600 million oxygen scandal ya wagonjwa at Kenyatta National Hospital.
Wow. It's here. Let me say something. And the other day, you know, because it's maybe I could give a background.
Please.
Because I've not really talked much about it until the other day at a local show. Because I always feel it's unfair to speak about other people who cannot defend themselves. I would wish if there was a public inquest about that plant, because a lot has happened. First is the main idea behind an oxygen plant is right now you're breathing in air which has like 21% 100% oxygen, and you can actually extract. A percentage. A percentage is because you have other components. That's why you have yes, exactly. Good. So you can remove the rest and remain with 100% oxygen, and because sometimes because these patients need it, so instead of purchasing oxygen, because that was the model, where oxygen becomes a consumable which you pay for a recurrent expenditure. You can build an oxygen plant, extract this oxygen, and pipe it to the patient.
You can even sell it.
Yes. So the ministry considered it a good idea, and they came up with the two projects. One is to generate oxygen. Two, improve the piping within the hospital, because again with leakages you have a lot of losses that even affect the purity of what finally gets the patient. And we completed, in fact, in 2024, and I challenge people to go to Kenyatta Hospital records because they did not buy oxygen. What we did not envision is that the money that people have been making on a monthly basis, people will not forget about it. And people probably even have, I don't want to cast aspersions, but I want to say that was our greatest undoing, that we didn't foresee that there are people who are not patriotic about the plant. So what happens? A plant has to be serviced every 2,000 hours. So service came in July, and we started doing the service. For somehow, we didn't know, because after the service, the oxygen plant started developing mechanical issues, in terms of the flow rate, because any gas you produce or liquid, you want to measure the flow, and the purity, because this is oxygen. And it baffled. In fact, the manufacturer had to send a team to check, and he could not get around it, because this is a brand new plant, and it is from France, by the way, the second largest manufacturer of oxygen plants in the world, with plants in the US, Italy, and all over. So to answer those guys, by the way, if I was a con, I would have gone to a country I won't mention, get a cheap plant, which would fail. But because I'm patriotic, I went to the best, They are second largest doesn't mean they are second best, by the way. They have 16 plants in Kenya. None has ever failed. So now when we are doing all these tests, and finally, the sieving columns where you do, let me call it fractionation, where you now, it's like a sieve, which is kichungi, yes. But this kichungi ni kama mchele, the way you put your phone, yes, reduce the same absorption, so works on that principle. You need mchele to be dry. If mchele becomes ugali, it won't work. So what did someone do during service? I don't know how much they were paid. Is they disconnected the sensor that prevents moisture from getting to mchele to make it ugali. We did not envision, because it's mechanical. You have to switch it off. So we are continually seeing. In fact, there was always white powder. In that room. We tried improving ventilation. We are shooting in the dark because we could not imagine. It's one engineer in the ministry. I won't mention his name.
Who sabotaged?
No, who came and said this does not make sense. I want us to dismantle this generator. They opened generator 1. There are five steps. I'm not in electronics. 5 connection is missing, mechanically disconnected. Generator 2, generator 3, generator 4.
Within that system.
So that was the problem.
Okay. And unfortunately, like you say, narrative. In fact, the Parliamentary Committee on Health, because this plant was fought from the word go. Wrong specs, documents that were submitted are not correct. So PPRA cleared. Then people went to EACC. I don't want to say anything about it, but when the Parliamentary Committee on Health visited in April, and you can actually check them, it was all over the media, they actually ruled that the board is conflicted and should stay away from the oxygen plant. What did they recommend? The ministry to take over, which did not happen, again for some reason. So I want to tell Kenyans, I am really pushing for us to get an opportunity, because the manufacturer has a way to revive it. We revive that plant and we put people to shame. And I hope the ministry will take care of that plant, because again, models that we have seen around is people are more comfortable buying oxygen every month and probably making some money out of it than having a permanent solution. So again, that's I've just spoken just a bit from my side, because that's not a side that people know. But what I can say is, I believe we are going to get that opportunity, and we revive that plant. And it worked, by the way. It worked. And people can get the records for 2024. Oxygen purchased by Kenyatta Hospital in 2023, in 2024, 2025, 26. 2024 will be like maybe 10% of what they are buying now, because of that plant that was sabotaged. Anyway, I'm happy.
You've clarified, I think, and you've said the rest of the information is public. We can
yes. In fact, that is even from their books. You can check.
More importantly, we're going to ask you to come back. Talk about this committee that you're in Parliament.
Yes,
Environment Committee.
Environment.
It is an extremely important committee.
Yes,
because with the current situation we have, whether it is drought, whether it is excess rain, that particular committee has a very, very important role in discussing these issues.
Actually, very important.
Lastly, before we let you go. In the campaigns of last year, you had all this might from the president, the CSAs, and many other people. And are you ready for 2027? Are you seeking re-election by then?
I will seek re-election, hopefully for one more term. And I ask my people to keep praying for me, that seed that gets into people doesn't get to me, because we need younger people to come. By the way, I vied for governor in 2017. I had a vision for Embu County.
How did that go?
I did very few votes.
It did go.
No. Did you get some votes?
I got very few votes.
No. That's not my question.
I got some votes. Yes.
That's my question. Yes, there are people who
believed in you.
Yes, that perhaps they should consider.
Exactly.
Yes.
So, but people kept on saying it's not my time, I should come another time, which I didn't believe in, because when you have a vision, it's the right time. So I want to say, yes, I'm ready for 2027. And how am I ready? Is by implementing what I promised my people. In fact, for me, having been in business, and I always tell my people, I've never been second, not even in class. You know, I like, you know, you have to stand out. And I teach young people, I speak to young people, and I tell them this world belongs to outliers. Even President William Ruto is where he is because he's an outlier. Whatever you are doing, I don't know what to say, even if you are, you know, I'm a fan of movies. There is one Mission Impossible, the Dead Reckoning. I remember the lady who was a pickpocket said something to the effect that it's about time, you know, timing. You know, and she was actually literally the best at what she does. So I don't want to say if you are doing bad things, you'll be the best. But anything you get to do, even in your show, like you're doing an amazing job here.
Thank you.
Just be the best. The world is for outliers. And I want to, why I'm saying that is I want to really perform for my people so that I have something to say. And again, outliers have a principle. Like if I have nothing to show, I will not be on that ballot. I've said it.
All right.
If I at least I can see my journey towards there. Free day secondary education is not easy, but I'm making steps. I'm meeting principles. I have challenges, but we will get there. But I have a conversation with parents though, because you cannot have everything free. And then when the child goes back home, he or she is the one who is going to fetch water. On Saturdays, they are in the farm. You know, if I'm of setting your school fee,
Yes.
please get people to go to the farm. We are here because we excelled in school, not by going to the farm or to the market to buy sugar. You do that. In fact, it's good for exercise. It's your gym as a parent.
Mheshimiwa, thank you so much for
Yeah.
this conversation. Like Sitia said, utakuja tuongee juu ya environment.
Yes.
Next week umesema mnaenda Eldoret, eh?
Actually this Friday
Eldoret.
tunaenda, kuna misitu huko inaenda watu wamekalia. It's very sad. But I would want to have that conversation because Kenyans have a lot to do with whatever is happening.
Sawa.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. That is Honorable Leo Mudende.
Yeah.
He is Member of Parliament from Mbeere North. But right now, though, we're taking this news break. When we do return, we're going to be talking about grassroots human rights defenders. Don't go too far. We'll be right back.
This is the Radio Generation News.
Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga. Health Cabinet Secretary Aden Duale says no woman should die giving birth and every newborn must survive and thrive. Duale called for faster global action to reduce maternal and newborn deaths and highlighted frameworks like the Maputo Plan of Action and the Every Newborn Action Plan guiding this work. He was speaking at the opening of the 2026 International Maternal and Newborn Health Conference in Nairobi.
We believe that our nation's greatness is measured by whether a mother in the most rural part of Kenya has the same chance of surviving childbirth as the one in Nairobi, and whether every newborn can access quality care without financial hardship. That is the Kenya we are building. We have made very measurable progress over the past decade. Investment in reproductive, maternal, newborn, child and adolescent health have expanded services to the community level. It has strengthened our primary healthcare networks and it has improved our referral systems. Antenatal care uptake has improved in our country. Skilled birth attendance has also increased. Immunization coverage has expanded. These gains are real, and as much as they matter, they are not yet enough.
Veteran educator Wilson Sosion says Kenya's move to grade 10 has mostly worked and education must stay free and compulsory. He added that more day secondary schools have improved access, but some schools are still avoided because of poor buildings, few teachers and lack of facilities. Sosion was speaking today on Radio Generation.
Barring students from attending schools has been criminalized in law. Because then the right to education is a provision in the Constitution, so that then matters to do with other things to do with fees, learning resources and the rest is a matter to be provided administratively by actors outside the child. So the child has no business with the cost that are required in school.
Yes.
They have no business with anything. They only need to appear in school and be in class and learn. So things to do with cost, things to do with buildings, that is not the business of the Kenyan child anymore. And I think that message should go out.
The Ford Kenya Party says it will not dissolve to join the United Democratic Alliance. Secretary General John Chikati accused UDA of pressuring smaller parties in the Kenya Kwanza Alliance to merge with it. Chikati also rejected threats by Nandi Senator Samson Cherargei, saying such demands are a betrayal and could weaken unity within the coalition ahead of the 2027 general election.
Forced mergers do not create unity. They create resentment and instability. The current leadership of Ford Kenya are merely trustees of an entity that belongs to the people of Kenya. We have no mandate, morally or legally, to fold up a party that represents the history of our liberation. Or the questions Kenyans are asking are, why are some UDA leaders on a mission to vanquish the very parties that secured their victory?
A jury in California has ordered Bill Cosby to pay $19.25 million damages to a former waitress after finding he drugged and sexually assaulted her while taking her to one of his shows more than 5 decades ago. Donna Motzinger said the former star gave her wine and a pill that left her incapacitated after picking her up at her home in a limo in 1972. Cosby has denied Motzinger's allegations, along with similar claims in a string of civil and criminal cases filed by dozens of women. And that's the truth on Radio Generation. Good morning, I'm Winnie Maganga.
The views and opinions expressed on this program are those of the guests and do not necessarily reflect the views of Radio Generation. Radio Generation assumes no responsibility or liability for the interviewee's views. This is Radio Generation. In the beginning, there was morning radio. But now there is Radio Generation's The People's Breakfast, curious and bold, getting facts from the shadows.
That's what it is.
Now, as the city wakes and secrets stir, a bright new voice shines. The People's Breakfast, your morning, your voice, your journey. Good morning.
Good morning, my neighbor.
Welcome to the home of hard truths and bold insights, Radio Generation.
Very good morning to you and welcome back. This is Radio Generation. The time right now is 9 minutes, actually 10 minutes now, past 9 o'clock. In studio kama kawaida tuko na City Muga. City, habari ya baridi?
Baridi ipi?
Auski baridi?
Hapana.
Nimeona umeweka cha ingine moto tena sana. I don't know what the plan is, but you might burn off your tongue.
Unajua nini? Baridi hata ikiwa ipo, you prepare for it.
Right.
Unajipanga, as you say. Sasa.
Yes. I need to give some shout-outs here. And I cannot read the comments because, number one, they are kind of many, and I kept on forgetting to read them, so now zimekuwa mingi tena sana. But allow me to just recognize you and mention your name. John Mutua, good morning. Marit, Douglas Kibogong, Billy Omondi, Hesbon Sidon, Kagema Mudhami, Sniper, or is it Sniper? Where Sniper Dev, Perceptronium, Biwot Boaz, Kunae Mushungu Caleb. Well, niambia nete kumuita vibaya. Ni Muchungu Caleb. Peter Gore, how are you doing? Hesbon Sidon, again, we have Alando, Tony Ochieng, Polite Kevo, Mohamed Murunga, Inagole, George Karaoke, Fundi Bonoko, Obati Stephen, and then we have Nuru and Gloria Mancini, and yes, Gloria Mancini is the last one. Thank you so much, guys. I'm sorry if I'm unable to read your messages right now, but it's with good reason. Nilikuwa najaribu get as much info as I can from our guests. But right now, though, we do have Rachel Mwikali in studio. She is the Executive Director, Coalition for Grassroots Human Rights Defenders. Rachel Mwikali, good morning and welcome to Radio Generation.
Thank you so much.
Tell us a bit about your organization, Coalition for Grassroots Human Rights Defenders.
So, Coalition for Grassroots Human Rights Defender, we are a social movement of grassroots activists, feminist activists, and community organizers, organizing in communities that we live, both in formal settlements and rural communities.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. City has a medali that he gave us this particular morning, and today we are in the land of Angola.
Angola tena City.
Ungependa tuwe wapi?
In the spirit of Pan-Africanism.
Thank you so much.
Nilikuwa nadhani anataka umpatie ya Makueni. Ama ni Agetui.
Machakos County.
Machakos. Please, Angola.
It is useless to warn a man who has made up his mind. That's the proverb from Angola.
So you want me to illustrate? You're putting me in hot spot, City.
Magali, I do not know what you're talking about.
Okay, illustrate Basi, Angola.
Your hotspot,
what do you think about it?
I think it's not just a matter of a man, depending on how you define. If you look also from a biblical perspective, you're always told we can define both, whether you're a woman or a man. They say a man, but it's true in terms of whether you're a man, a woman, or a gender conforming person. You cannot force someone who has made their mind, and that's why also from a feminist perspective, it's clear to respect choice. Yes.
Okay. This is a simple question which you can answer with ease.
Yes.
When you've mentioned the word feminist around 4 times since you came to India.
7 times.
Yes.
Since you came here?
Yes.
Me, I counted 4. She mentioned the 3 when I wasn't here. Okay.
Yeah.
Explain to us, if one were to ask, what is a feminist? What or who is a feminist?
There are different definitions depending on where you come from. So for us who call ourselves Pan-African feminists or feminists, we believe that being a feminist is that you believe in the equal rights of women and also dismantling patriarchal system and structure that works against women and girls. Kutoa tasubi ya kiume enye inadhulumu wanawake na wasichana. Tasubi ya kiume, yes.
Tasubi.
Any patriarchy.
Patriarchy, yeah.
Patriarchy is called tasubi.
All right.
I've learned something today. I didn't know. Very good.
Yeah. Tasubi ya wanawake.
Kuna pia understanding yetu ya Kiafrika.
Naam.
And that's why also you look from a perspective of even when you talk about even civic space, there's white feminism and African feminism.
Nyinyi katika
Mimi na believe in African feminism.
Africans. And what's the difference really?
So if you look on the evolution of feminism, from Europe, women also are fighting, let's say, equal payments, being given an opportunity to vote. But if you see from an African perspective, we're also fighting to end, for example, GBV, femicide, even just being recognized that you're a woman and you deserve equal opportunity.
Yeah.
So you find the struggle might be similar, but in different contexts, depending on where you come from and the questions around the violations that happen. Yeah.
You know, it's interesting that when you talk of feminism, I'm glad you brought in the West. One of the things that certain people who hold certain thought processes argue is that part of the reason why feminism and the concept of equality in terms of the workplace was embraced was because people who had factories, had industries, knew you could pay women less.
But you see also there are people, different scholars, depending on how you define, you can see people also identify differently. There's eco-feminists, radical feminists, socialist feminists, Marxist feminists, depending on the levels of also injustices that you're dealing with.
I'm in full agreement with you because the reaction, people react to something, okay?
Yeah.
And opportunities clearly were not afforded to women in the same way that it was afforded to men. And in many of those societies, women were meant to be ornamental. Essentially, the patriarchy decided exactly where you fit in.
Exactly.
So one could argue, if you were to use a according term, they were othered. You know, there's the othering process. So nyinyi tafadhali mkae tu hapo na msisonge sana.
Exactly. Na msipate pesa mingi.
Kwanza hiyo ni
mbaya. Na bado tunapambana mpaka sahi. Equal pay.
Like, I thank you for bringing that up because I also wanted to ask you in terms of our current society right now in the territory of Kenya. What's the biggest challenge as far as this struggle, patriarchy and feminism is concerned?
So I want to look from the context of Kenya and also East Africa and even the fact also, as much as we are human rights defenders, also we are women human rights defenders.
Yes.
There's also like we need to break that. And me, I'm coming with also that art, being a feminist, but also women human rights defenders, where within even the civic space, we are seeing shrinking of the space. We are shrinking of the space. You see what has happened to Uganda, Tanzania, and also what is happening in Kenya.
Elaborate, please.
In terms of abducting activists, you see there was a comrade who is called Martin Mavenjina.
Yes.
Working at Kenya National Human Rights Commission. He was deported. We had a comrade called Brian Kagoro from Zimbabwe, deported. We had also like the violation that was muted to a comrade Agatha and Boniface Mwangi when they were in Tanzania. But also we have seen here in Kenya, people like Besije being abducted here and deported.
Taken back home.
And Maria Sarungi, who was also abducted here in Kenya.
But hers was stopped before.
Was stopped before she went. So if you look in terms of civic space and the kind of work even we do, you find a lot of violence, especially when it comes to women activists, is more compared to men activists. And I can give an example. Last year, but when we did the then femicide, because it was led by purely us, women human rights defenders in this country.
Men didn't...
purely led. Not that men did not participate. And we thank the men also who have been vocal in the space, calling out also men who are killing women, but also men who are abusive. So when we went to the streets, it was not easy. Even the way the police were relating with us, activists and women activists, it was not good. to the level that first they were criminalizing us before they gave us the notification letter that and we know protesting is a right.
What notification? To allow you to protest?
To protest. You know, you're supposed
It's
to give
the right to assembly.
To assembly, but also they
Nico.
put barriers around the Public Order Act that you need to give them three days notice before they approve. So if they don't approve, they're also denying you your right in your constitution. You could protest. So they were also like intimidation. But also when we went, and it was also during International Human Rights Day, most of us, including myself, were sexually abused by the police on the streets. And it was all over the media. So you can imagine we want also to contribute to the democracy of the country as women and activists. But the civic space on what you're running away from violence at home, also violence in public spaces, becoming so hard for women activists to be able to protest, to be able also to fight for human rights, to be able to organize. But despite all these challenges, still women are organizing. And you have seen the power of also young women Gen Z within the space. So now they are vocal. Young men also they're vocal. But the laws, the way they are coming, even targeting of organizations with the restrictive laws, it's becoming hard also for civil society to organize. And community, we are seeing organizations being shut down, accounts being frozen. We are seeing a lot of surveillance. We are seeing a lot of intimidations. We are seeing a lot of also people being tear gassed, people being shot. So we are not in a good state as a country. We are not in a good state also for space enabling women to be able to organize, and especially for majority of us who come from the ghetto.
Mikali, let me ask this question.
Yes.
Patriarchy plays a role.
Yes.
But how do you measure, how do you determine whether it is just impunity at work and whether it is patriarchy? Because we have a police service that was a police force. The thinking and the training seem to have been one where their sole purpose is to suppress. And in the olden it was Mwafrika. It was a force that was set in place to put the Africans in their place. Okay? A lot has changed, but that thinking doesn't seem to have. And it doesn't just focus its attention on women. It focuses attention on Africans. My question, the intimidation and the problems that women who want to put a stamp and to simply claim the rights that their constitution gives them as Kenyans, what are these specific things that these people who are in the police service, what is it that they focus, what is it that they do to deter women? You said intimidation. Let's start with that.
Yeah.
How do they intimidate?
So I'll go back to the first question that you have asked around patriarchy and impunity. I'll say it's collectively oppression. That also acknowledging patriarchy also affects men. It's not only affecting women, it also affects men.
It does.
Yes, and that's the clarity maybe we need to set. Because when we say we are fighting patriarchy, men came blazing thinking we are fighting for things that only benefit women, but we are fighting for things also benefit men. But also there's a level of impunity where we can't deny the fact. An example, we saw, was it 2 weeks ago, where the president of this nation stood in Alari and said that we know politician A, the former VP, had an affair with a girl, and then she got pregnant, and then she was murdered.
Did he actually say former VP? No, he did not.
He didn't say by the name. That's why I'm saying. That's why I'm not giving names. I don't want to be sued by defamation.
He did not say former VP.
Okay, certain.
Because former VP would actually be Kalonzo Musyoka, but I know you meant DP. I know you meant DP.
Yes. So seeing that level of impunity where, for example, most of us are fighting, for example, to end femicide, and a head of state knows someone alleged perpetrator to have committed femicide, and you did not do something, what does it mean for this collective work all Kenyans we are doing to say we are ending femicide? We were put CT to work with the task force that he appointed on femicide, where we ensured all of us went across the country for 7 counties, ensuring that we publicly participate, giving our thoughts, our expertise and everything to end femicide and GBV in this country. Only to see 53% ndio imewekwa, 47 ijawekwa. That's very problematic. And seeing the head of state kukua anajua someone did the same and he did nothing. Back to the police force. I feel that this
Police service.
Yeah, police service.
We know
but they're not service.
They use force, yes.
It's still force.
But that force, look at it as a service. Yes.
But also, I'm not here to do their narrative in terms of how they do the work. I still feel they're not still a service as much. There's so much work being done around police reform working group.
Point well made.
They deal the same force that was used by colonialists with us Kenyans. And that's why for me, it's important even within their mandate of training that they get training, human rights and gender equality.
You know, Mugwali, let me tell you something. This police service that we have here is very different from the colonial one.
Mm-hmm.
Believe me, it is very
How different is it, City? At least you are there. Me, I was not there.
No. In colonial times, I hadn't been born. I'm not that old. I know I'm old.
Really? Okay.
Okay.
But not in politics. I'm also doing intergenerational learning with you. At least to understand from you.
He was born before we attained independence, though.
Okay.
Yes, I was.
Okay.
Yes,
Intergenerational learning.
Yes.
How was it before?
You see,
to now?
The issue of police service has to do with mandate. What they're trained to do. The training that the police men and women you see now undergo is not what the colonialists went through, or in the colonial period. It is not the same. They are actually taught the law. Start there.
Mm-hmm.
So they know the law.
Mm-hmm.
So when they do something which is against the law, they know. It's not that they don't know.
I agree with you. And that's why they must be held accountable.
Yes, they must be held to a higher standard.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
What we see doesn't begin as those who are supposed to uphold the law breaking it. It begins with the power of example, and they are the forefront. These are the people who are bodyguards to high-ranking people within society.
Yes.
These are the people who guard places like banks and what have you. These are people who are privy to things that have to do with corruption. And when I say they're at the forefront, it means they're literally at the forefront.
Yes.
How impunity works is you get to understand that you can do wrong and get away with it. Nobody bothers you.
Exactly.
We have a situation where it is entrenched. There's a young man who was killed, and the issue is still outstanding because he posted something regarding bribes, collection by police, and how high up it goes. That is what the media presented. It got him killed. All right? Impunity. Now, what you do, and people who are in your line of work, is you bring these things up to the surface and you say,
yes,
this is what is happening.
Yes.
But why what we are seeing will not come to an end soon? Because the example that is set from people who are high up in positions of authority within the country, they set the example. And these fellows see it. They see it more than we do. And they know. So as far as they are concerned, the high-ups include their own leaders.
Exactly.
If what I hear is actually true, and this I've just heard, I have never had evidence to support it, that every day traffic policemen go out, the high-ups tell them, this is the budget. And if what I hear is also true, that there are people who actually pay to be traffic policemen because of the monies that allegedly are involved, the money that are involved. When you have such a system, how then do you expect that person to actually do his job without interference? Because clearly the system that he finds or she finds himself in encourages this way by simply putting them in a position where they have to do what has been asked.
True.
Impunity.
Yeah.
You see? So now, when you bring such a person for a general service where they're supposed to, the law requires them to provide safety for people who are assembling and protesting, and they do the complete opposite. Now that impunity has now morphed. Once you get it in your head that you can get away with doing wrong, nothing will stop you from looking for some other wrong which suits your purposes for you to do, because you figure what is going to happen.
Yeah.
See? So the doing right that they are taught to do and trained to do went out of the window a long time ago. But that is the minority. The vast majority of people in the police service actually seek to do good. If the majority did bad, the state in this country would be infinitely worse than what we see. The vast majority do what they're supposed to actually do. But the few who do not do it so effectively that we notice them. And that is why we talk about it, because we see it.
Mhm.
Yes.
Which also puts like a lot of also you guys, journalists and us at risk. Because also we have seen also the attack coming, and that's why the thing I usually say, anybody who is an activist or someone who talks on behalf, truth to power, including journalists and us, we have to collectively work together, and the public also has to give us public protection.
You know, Mikali,
Because if
I
you
agree with you
see-
fully.
If you see CT speaking truth to power and then you attack them, because we have seen journalists even last year but one getting attacked, getting intimidated. We have seen what has happened to Nairobi Hospital, which is another story. We have seen also what is being exposed to most of us. So for me also, when you come in terms of public accountability, is also calling out also to the police police service to also call out those police who are doing bad and making them accountable. Because city, to be honest, someone like me who lives and work in formal settlements, it's hard you give me that narrative of they are good police officer. Because I've tried to put in my mind they are good police officer, but what I've experienced and see
Hold on.
every day.
Hold on, Rachel.
Yes.
In your entire lifetime, you've never met a kind cop, one who's probably even helped you out of a situation.
They have.
You have
they
gone to a
but
police
maybe
station.
because it's Mwekali. And maybe Mwekali is vocal.
Before
But the way-
Mwekali became vocal.
No.
Before Mwekali became Mwekali.
Before Mwekali became Mwekali, no. But I'm trying to say also from a level of privilege that CT knows me or you know me or you can put me in a media.
Yeah.
It also gives me some sort of protection in a bit. But there are activists who are not known. They are not into public and they're doing amazing work. Before you get to that level, the kind of things you have to go through, it's a different story. I can give you an example of what happened to Mother. Was it a month ago when Cheryl was killed selling fish by a police officer? The level, even when you were trying also to engage the police, the kind of force they had to use CT. And because they did not want also to listen to community had to push back. So seeing the umeka kwa mtaa mali unafaa kufeel safe na bado unashutiwa na unapigwa tear gas. How would you encourage me city kuna good to police officer? Sisemi ni wote wabaya. But in reality, even for me what I've experienced with the police, it has never been funny.
Let me
It's
tell
worse
you-
even from
Let me
other
tell you,
constituency.
Mimi, I've actually gone to a police station and I've been assisted, and it's not because they knew me. Actually, the cop who helped me, it's a lady cop. Huyo mama kusema ukweli hakuwa ananijua.
Ndio nasema kuna wengine ni wazuri. Like an example,
Yes.
I had a femicide. We had a femicide case in Masi police station, and by the shout out to that OCS. And you could see the others.
Huo siasa kuna jina?
Jina yake nakumbuka kweli.
Usiali utakumbuka utasema.
Nakumbuka. But the way he helped us in dealing with that case, I was like, I just wish also others can be like you. But also because I don't want you to deal with me because it's Mwekali activist or human rights defender. But if you are doing this good, also it's important, even within the Human Rights Award and CT, we encourage also to give awards to people who are doing good service to Kenya. To encourage them, because also the way the system of impunity exists, it does not want good people also to exist. Yeah.
Let me ask you, if I move away from the police service for a moment and take the same concept of corruption and impunity to say a government office like lands, do you think, for instance, in the days before this digitalization, which is supposed to make it harder to be corrupt, I'm not so sure though myself, but when you find that there's a service you want and nobody asks you directly, but there's always a suggestion that it could be faster if you facilitated something. Do you think that that is a culture that has evolved and everybody has a pocket of business that they're conducting on their own or in that small group? Or do you think that everything that they do there must come from the boss?
No, I think it's a culture that also we need to stop it collectively.
Yes, kila mtu anajifungulia
Kila mtu kioski yake ama mail card yake.
Yes.
Because the way you had explained from our police service, iko hivyo.
Yes.
And that's why for me, I don't believe also as an activist that system cannot work, system can work. We have seen system working. If, for example, that police officer worked for me, mbona sifanyie mtu mwingine kazi? System can work.
You know, the reason why you hear me speaking in terms of the majority is this. If you consider that we have, 150,000 policemen, what do you think would happen if they all decided, or let's say out of the 150, 100 decided, or even 50,000 decided that they would make sure that the lives of the citizenry on the road and also is a living hell, the hue and cry you'd have in this country would be phenomenal. Because every other day you'd hear. The reason why you don't is because part of the time, the issues that the police are engaged in, because people don't protest every day, are day-to-day things which we ourselves find ourselves at odds with the law. So the person you encounter is the one who's supposed to enforce the law. So they offer you an opportunity to get rid of the inconvenience of having to face the law. Now, we Kenyans have a way in which we have figured over time that we can avoid the inconvenience of facing the law. Facing the law means, for instance, taking your car to the police station. Facing the law, for instance, means getting a write-up so that you go to court.
But why would people fear not going to court? It's also court. Also, there's a lot of issues, City.
There are issues everywhere.
Yeah.
But
also, I'm a strong believer of also public institution must work. And they must be invested to work.
Mikali, this discussion is never complete without the participation of the Mwananchi in it. See?
I agree. And that's what I'm saying.
We Kenyans, we actually like our corruption. The ones which suit our purposes. And yes, we do. We encourage it. For instance, when you used to hear of cheating in exams and people being paid, the students don't pay. It's their parents who pay.
Okay, let's talk about women HRD.
Twende tuongee about women
tuliagri uniite hapa tuongee mambo sasa ya Kenya.
Yes, sasa
mimi naongea agenda yetu.
Okay, sasa tushapiga story ya generality.
Nimelan.
Sasa
thank you.
Tuangalie siasa ya feminist tusikie.
So
you may get a new member kama udada anaweza kuwa member yenu.
Welcome to the feminist movement.
Yes. Believe me, she's already there.
Kwanza majenzi tuko wengi mimi ni millennial.
Yeah. In terms of the work that you have done as activists in this country, would you quantify and say that perhaps these are the kinds of milestones that we have achieved in X amount of time from this time to this time?
I think for me, the biggest success, which is also painful, is seeing Kenyans organizing themselves, coming out on the streets across the counties, fighting for their rights. Not having this tag, we have to be invited by certain activists or institution. Because I remember even some of the shows that we have been involved, or public organizing or community organizing as activists in this country, and also women who are activists in this country. We have been also cognizant and saying, we want to see middle class in this space, because there's a role also middle class play when it comes to organizing that we had not been seeing them. And there was also that narrative, watu andamana ni watu wa slums peke yake. But seeing middle class during the Gen Z movement, seeing middle class also during the end femicide movement, contributing and also participating, I would say it's important and it's a good success. Because it feels now everybody has a role to play.
Yeah.
From bloggers, from celebrities, from Mama Mboga, from Watuandudhi, it makes us or even me feel that despite the stuff, but we are heading somewhere. Tuko wengi sasa. However, we acknowledge that despite people are speaking, people are also being intimidated.
Yeah.
People are being threatened. People are being killed, the way City is saying. People are being also blackmailed. People also are being fired from their work.
Yes.
You saw like some police officers who have become activists, and then they're being fired because of speaking truth to power. So for me, this is one of the lenses that I say in terms of class, it's becoming now collectively. The other thing I would say, the emergence of young women, because if you look, and I'm happy having City, na City sijakwambia wewe ni mzee.
City ni mzee, usijaribu kumdanganya.
Lakini nafurahia intergeneration yangu na yeye. Of learning.
Repeat that so that this man can hear.
City si mzee. City is a good friend of mine. He's not mzee. Bado ni kijana barubaru. So kijana barubaru. So seeing this level of also like where we can have different generation even talking about history, a story, and young women coming to the space, it removes this mentality that it's only men who fought for this struggle or independence. It says that at least there are seeds from Prophet Wangari Maathai coming now. There are seeds for Muthoni Nyanjiro, Mekatilili Wamenza, the current that people are living into reality, that young people and young women also are leading the space. Despite the things are being tough, there's that voice. But at the same time, having this space of also community are very clever and monitoring county budgets, monitoring Our participation is done within their community. It's instrumental.
Yeah.
I come from Yatta, a place called Kaliani Village. Before you could see community were never involved in these processes. But I'm seeing now, even with the work of activism and many activists also who are also working under, like us, who are also partnering with Defenders Coalition, that people are taking charge within their counties. So there is more of devolved activism from not only just Nairobi to rural. And rural, by the way, it's another area people need to highlight. Activism has devolved. Feminism has devolved. People are doing amazing work and fantastic work. And that's why you would see even us as human rights defender. That's why we came also with different partners, hosted by Defenders Coalition, with the Human Rights Award, which also they're happening this week on Friday, by the way.
Okay.
Amplify it.
You said Human Rights Award.
Human Rights Defenders Award. We're going to turn 10 years now, this Friday. And we have been acknowledging and appreciating the work human rights defenders in different sectors have been doing to advance social justice, democracy, human rights, and intersectionality within the organizing. And this has been very keen motivating defenders like myself and others, because you find a lot of time this work enyewe ni kazi ya kanisa, si kazi rahisi, where people don't see what you do. People think sometimes you are a noisemaker. They'll call you sorts of name, criminalize you, evil society, what not. But the all important thing and the public good is that everybody wants to live in a free country where social justice is present. We want to believe in a system, what's it you're saying? Like, we want to believe in a system can work for us. And we can work to ensure system works for all of us.
I believe that a lot of change can be done, not just kwa ground, but pia in places like parliament.
Yes.
And I look at activists and all these people who are fighting for human rights. You guys mko wengi sana. And if there's one thing mnajuanga kufanya ni kumobilize. However, I have never seen you mobilize one of you or several of you and sponsor several of you or one of you to parliament. Like for example, there's an amazing activist by the name of Boniface Mwangi. That guy alitisha kiti cha ujumbe at one point. Unfortunately, he wasn't elected. Now he's asking for the position of president, and I wish I saw civil groups and civil society groups and civil society basically, just campaigning for him, for lack of a better word, or if you don't prefer him, probably another one who can probably advance your things, whether in parliament, in senate, or whatever. How comes that has never occurred to you guys? When you sit down, do you ever consider and ask yourselves, but the guys, we need to take one of us or several of us to parliament and make things move from there?
Interesting. I think it's not just a question for Kenya, it's a Pan-African question, where people, now we are saying, nakuja Kenya, right, where we are saying, let's move from protest to power.
Yeah. Because if we can protest Boniface Mwangi in Tanzania, tuna organize protests hapa, watu wanajaza Moi Avenue na Koinange Street na huko kwote. Surely we can organize people to the ballot, can't we?
And we have had people in the ballot.
Wapendi watu wao.
Hapana, tunapenda watu wetu sana Sasa watu wetu. Sasa nataka kunishikisha handball watu wetu. So I think from protest to power, but also acknowledging that everybody has their own niche. And when also, and I respect Bonnie, his position, there are many. There's also many young activists, I don't want to speak on their behalf, that are also showing interest into political space. However, this is not a question only for activists. The people who vote, we are Kenyans, not a fraction of activists. So it's also a challenge to us Kenyans. If an activist vies, why are we not giving them power to represent us? We are giving other people, but when now we are in trouble, we want activists to come and help us protest, or we protest together. So for me, this is just a question for us collectively as Kenyans. What is the alternative leadership that we aspire? What is the alternative leadership that if Desho, for example, today says she's vying, would you vote for her? Ama tutaka kugonyo? What is the example of also when you talk about alternative? Kibwana was also an activist, and is still an activist.
Kivuta Kibwana, professor?
Yes.
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Oh, yes.
And the marking scheme, I'm not from Makueni, but the marking scheme of Makueni County, on public participation, everybody gets inspired.
Yeah.
We have had young MCAs who have vied within the counties. But for me, if now we talk about political, because where we are now, we can't avoid talking about politics. I'm not partisan, but also feminism. Activism is political.
Yes,
Hata
it is.
mapenzi ni political. Yes.
Kwanza hiyo.
Mapenzi ni political. Hata mimi kuvaa hivi yellow maybe ni political, maybe na represent
wale.
Maybe tuseme Ukamba ni nation example, si ndio? Ni Mukamba. Yellow lazima ni sunshine.
Kwanza hiyo yellow ni mzuri sana.
Yellow is sunshine, but in the sense that where we are now, we have to give that room for that space of, if there are good activist leaders that you have seen doing work in your community, please vote for them. Kenyans, please vote for them.
Wajua,
because if you say fagia, we need to fagia with an alternative.
Exactly,
We
because
can't
tunafagia tuweke nani.
We can't fagia. We can't say we want alternative leadership, and if people present themselves in leadership, we don't support them. If it's about their contribution to campaigns, give them money. Kenyans can give money.
For example, let
Can
me
give
ask
money.
you, Rachel, why are you not vying for a political seat?
Mi niko sawa tu mali niko. Mimi am happy to support watu wanasimama. Unajua kila mtu akona courage yake. Courage yangu ni ya viva. Courage yangu ni end femicide patriarchy. But in limit mi mwenyewe kusema, if today a progressive person vies, I cannot vote for them as Rachel. Like an example, I'm very clear. If I did not see you saying you're ending femicide or you're not protecting civils, I cannot vote for you. Apart from being an activist, I'm also a Kenyan.
Yes.
And that's why also for us, even women, we are very clear, even with the agendas of social justice and human rights. It's good you see nani alikuwa anawapigania. But kama mtu akupigani, how would you vote for them?
Wajua, it's very interesting. Consider this, Would you say that Kenyans have a way of cataloging and determining roles and tasks that people have or should have? For instance, if someone is an activist, okay, let me take you back to the Kibaki government, okay? There were very many activists in that government and the years that followed, okay? Our experience with activists seems to be when they get into power, they stop being activists.
Really, City? Because let's talk in terms of reality, facts, and clarity. Even like here, regeneration, there's a system, right? And for me, I'm a strong believer of what you said, impunity. If you're coming to a system that also has impunity and you have few, let's be honest, utamezwa. And that's why we need many people within the system that believe in the same cause or political agenda to be able to change the system. An example, like for me, what I feel, and you can agree with me or people can agree with me or disagree. I'm a strong believer people underestimate MCA position, and MCA position is the most powerful position.
That is purely out of ignorance. Hawajui.
It's the most powerful if you want to represent people. Kuwa na MCA wengi, wajaze county, governor kileta mambo yake,
munabadilisha.
And then it's hard even in parliament.
But that's the role you have as MCAs. Yes, but
because change happens within the county.
Yes, once your role is benchmarking and making noise so that you can get grants and loans, then unajua the people will not be represented. The reason why I asked the question is this: we have seen activists in position of authority do wonderful things. William Tunga, when he was Chief Justice.
Yes.
Excuse me. Many of the changes that we experienced began with William Mutunga. But the thing about activism, and you say kumezwa, I want to expand on that. It is true. There are people who are opportunists. The activists do the heavy lifting and change comes about. The opportunities are never far away. Never far away. They'll be part of you, but the agenda is not the same. Never the same.
And that's why there's corruption within the movement. Like City and even you know, we can't avoid also talking about corruption in movements and activist space, because also, let's be honest, hakuna mtu akona register ati huyu ndio activist, who is the activist. You can't curtail the space. Anybody who speaks about people's rights, an active Kenyan citizen, for me, I'll identify you as an activist, even if you don't put a tag at mini activist. But you see, there are people, the way you are saying, people have different interests and different agenda. And that's why the thing we need to set the record clear. Because few people will come and say, hey, Ruto must go, Gen Z, or end femicide, but their clear political agenda ni mtu maybe anatafuta political seats, ama anatafuta kuingia kwa system. And that's their interest.
But that's our
also should
politics
not
also.
be, and that's our politics, but also that should not be used, and I repeat, that one should not be used to criminalize the work activists and feminists do in this country. Juu mmoja ameingizwa unasema huyu alifanya hivi, nyinyi ni kazi yenyu. Or activists this and this. People have different, and also people evolve within the space and people transition.
You know, Mikali, if you look at the 2010 Constitution and the way in which it has been fought, it has been actively fought. That in many ways was an activist's constitution. If you just look at the way we went about it, the way it was written.
Yeah.
The first parliament that had to live with the 2010 Constitution focused on Chapter 6. Members of Parliament, they've made it impossible to actually get removed. It's near impossible. Ningumu. Okay? Now, it tells you that when you achieve something through activism,
yes,
it has to be protected.
And safeguarded.
It has to be
And that's
ring-fenced
why-
and safeguarded.
And that's why you see CT, when I give, you know me with different hats, this and this and this. The reason why even some of us have died with end femicide movement is because we knew where we started. And we had to push. You know, people think it was only like 2024.
No.
That's when the movement started in 2018 when Sharon Otieno was murdered. And we pushed back and forth from Uhuru's time to where we are now. And one of the things that also I love what you're saying, why we are pushing so hard is to safeguard some of the gains. Because even globally and even here locally, we are losing a lot on human rights, we are losing a lot on women's rights. And that's why it's very key around civic space to ensure that we don't lose what Katiba brought to us. Kenyans, we don't have to lose what Katiba brought. Whichever politician you are supporting, whichever mrengo you are, we have to ensure we safeguard 2010 Katiba and its implementation. And if you look what I said around the end femicide, we had a reason of saying, CT, we are not engaging with this task force. Because we fought the president to appoint that task force. And one of the conditions that we had given was that members of end femicide, because we understand some of them are survivors, some of us have gone through that violation, want to be part of the task force. But they ended up putting who in task force? However, we worked with them nicely. We were like, okay, you have put a task force. If you say we're not participating, you'll say we have failed as women. We organize ourselves again. Counties, tukutane. We come with our own memorandum. And then we went and presented. Then we said, so that you don't use this as a barrier that you do not participate. County coordinators, pambaneni na county zenyu na task force members. People organize and participate across the counties. Until now, we have this document. But still, we are not satisfied with it 100%. However, we acknowledge the work that the task force members was able to do. But now the biggest task we have is pushing the president cabinet to implement because they have refused. Now they're telling us they have to take it back to the parliament again. So now tunazungushwa. But you still tumesema tubanduki because there's a lot of frustration. I can tell you when we go to courts, day in, day out. Like last week we had a court session in Kiambu, which is also another notorious court. For a case called, for a girl called Christine McKenna, she was murdered by alleged a pastor. Alleged a pastor. Yes, city. And it will be really good if also you people, you can offer the family also a platform to come and speak. But the way the court...
You know the family?
Yes, I know the family.
Then
because we are working with the family.
Then you will connect us.
Please.
Yes.
But if you see the way the court is frustrating them and you hear...
Stop them, Mikali. When you say the court is...
frustrating the family.
How?
With the processes.
Is it process that other people follow, or is this a unique process that they've focused on this family on?
Delaying the cases, and the cases, the family, they have to come all the way from Meru.
No. Are there lawyers involved in this case?
Yeah, we have to bring in a lawyer.
All right.
Yes.
Do courts postpone? Do courts delay?
Like now they have done, like now what they have done, because also we had issues with the magistrate, the way she was doing her work, they had now to transfer her.
Let me ask the question. I'm glad you've mentioned that.
Yeah.
Was there a certificate of urgency attached to this particular case?
Before they didn't add it, in terms of also having even a representation. So when the case came to us, it was a bit late. Not say late because it came like, was it last month? And then now we have to bring in a lawyer now to play that role. Because we're very clear, me, I'm an activist, I'm not a lawyer.
It is true.
Yes, I'm not a lawyer. There's a role a lawyer plays that an activist you don't.
You see, there are court processes that can be very damning and very frustrating, but they are not seeking to frustrate you. They are court processes. If one side has a lawyer who keep saying they're not ready and you have to keep pushing. It'll be very frustrating for the other people on this thing to move.
Yeah.
But it's not as though the court has deliberately set out to frustrate you. Yes.
But you see also, CT, whether it's that, let's look also from a public level. And when you say ignorance is not an excuse, but also right to information is important. And I feel even with the current judicial process, they should be making this information to public. That when you are frustrated, these are the modalities you can use. Just imagine.
Actually, they are there.
No,
Yes.
I'm coming to that point. Kidogo tu. They are there,
Scholar,
but tuna assume watu wote wamesoma. Tuna assume watu wote wana understand easy processes. Maybe us, we can understand kidogo these processes because we are within this space and we can access a lawyer or someone to explain to us. Because if you're not a lawyer, it's like when you're a journalist, there are things you know I don't know. There are things if now you come to the street, mimi najua nyewe utaumia. One, I tell people kuja kwa street usivae pumps, juu utatoboa. Lazima ukuje tu na jeans.
Wacha kitambi nyumbani.
Si kitambi unaweza kuja na kitambi. Tusifanye body shaming. Kitambi si mbaya, kitambi ni poa. But there are things also like in terms of the courts, in terms of recommendation even from us defenders, the same way they come here on Generation and talk and educate people, the court should consider doing that.
You see, let me give you a tip, because I've actually attended court before. I had a lawyer, and I had to fire this lawyer because I realized my case was taking so long, and I wasn't getting any results. If anything, I was just spending money all the time. So what did I do? I actually sought a second opinion, fired this guy, and hired a new lawyer. And guess what? Within months, my case was concluded.
But at least
and
you had that privilege.
Yes. And
you can imagine. I'm trying to look.
Yes.
Someone, it seems like you know Makueni sana. Let's say Nyeri in the village, you does not understand that process.
Okay.
And you see that's why also there's a lot of push also with us activists. We have paralegals in the communities, or we have also to educate the community that yes, tunaweza kuwa na ikatiba, lakini unaielewa aje? Because wengi tulisema wa late baba alitusomea. Wengi tulisema Uhuru alitusomea. Wengi tulisema politician wetu alitusomea. But to the level that tunaelewa unaweza fanya ABCD. It's a barrier, City. And we have to correct that. Yeah?
I get you.
And we have to ensure that Kenyans, even as we're heading to election, people understand this thing. Because I can tell you, legal matters, they are very expensive.
They are.
The reason why you heard me say what I was saying is because I am aware, again, yes, that what the judiciary does, the very thing you're saying, they have made an attempt. It may have fallen short of what would serve the majority, but they have made the attempt. They have judicial days when that's what they do. It's a day, yani, public. So, mnaendaga agricultural show.
Yes.
Okay. Sasa now you judiciary, unaweza kwenda pale. You actually get to meet these judges and what have you. And it's not just meet and greet. You can actually present issues. You can say these things. They have tried. I started with William Mutunga.
And Willie has done a lot, to be honest.
Yes.
And he's part of the Human Rights Award jury.
But remember also, Maraga was an excellent Chief Justice, but he is not known as an activist. Martha Koome is. And you can see the attempts to make the judiciary easy to relate to is something they have continued to try to do. Okay, because there was the image of the judiciary that we had, and what we currently have with the idea that essentially everything that is being done is so that you can access justice easily. Okay? It's a slogan that is attached to it, but the attempt is there. But with every attempt, it can always be made better.
Yes. Yes. And that's why also they need to do public education.
Yes, and they must be told.
Ministry of Health was, let's be honest, when also good things happen, we say good things has happened. As much as also there was an issue during COVID with Ministry of Health, but they were, unafungua TV unaona nawa mkono.
Hiyo walifanya fiti.
Walifanya kazi.
That one.
But why is it like people
Kagwe did
his work?
job.
Despite everything that we can hold accountability, he did his work. So that even kwa mtu wa local community anajua Ministry of Health. How many people unaonanga judiciary hivi unatoka mbio? Because if you see even the kind of, the way we have been socialized ni kotini usiongee, kotini uwezi jitetea. And even the way you are saying, we agree that there are also advocates that wako hapa ni job. Na ni job lazima ni make do. Na ni make do lakini watu wanaumia. And that's why for me, City, I still, and I cannot change my mind as an activist, judiciary need to do a lot of public education, and they need to see activists not as enemy, But as people and women human rights defenders, that they can work collectively together to push. Because we had recommendation the same on judiciary. Why is it the way you're saying on certificate of agency? Some famous said cases to just spend more than 3 years. A good case of Elizabeth Ikaru, a woman human rights defender, was killed in Isiolo, and may her soul rest in peace. We push back and forth. It's the first case that ikuchukua more than 3 years. Why is it zingine zinachukua 10 years, 6 years, 8 years? So it means that people want to, if the system want to work, they can work.
Because nobody's paying attention to them. Remember the discussion, the point that we made about safeguarding these things. The fact that certain things are in place, even if the law is in place, it doesn't mean it will be applied.
So it means also Martha Koome can do better.
Oh, much better.
She can do better.
In fact, whoever comes after her, we will demand even more.
Exactly. And now even as we demand more.
Yes.
Tutaambiwa mwanamke alikuwa hapo. So Martha Koome will demand more. Yes. Because we are the people will be told, you fight for women's political representation, true, and we'll continue fighting. We'll continue safeguarding the 2/3. We'll continue safeguarding the affirmative action. But can they do better? Yes, they can do better. So it does not make an exception that because you are a woman, you cannot be put in the same pedestal that we put everybody. It does not make an exception, CT, and I'm moving to the region, because Suluhu is not a good leader, that women are bad. She's just a bad leader. So tusikose kuchagua wanawake because few women or few women have not delivered to kuchagua
or several many women.
You know,
but the men wanachomanga kila saa na tunachagua.
You're right.
I wasn't paying attention. She had crossed the border.
Nisha cross the border. Because inatu affect city. Now we are heading to election, and if we really want also this affirmative action in 2/3 to be in actualization,
yes,
we have to change this narrative, because either few or wawili wamechoma, ati ni watu wanawake wote wamechoma. Wanaume uchoma daily.
Tunamaliza hii kipindi, lakini acha nikupatie advice. Ingalikuwa mimi niko kwa hii space yenu ya activism, this is what I would do. Number one, I would ensure that in my organization or in our organizations, we are training people on leadership. And by the way, when I say training on leadership, simaanishi wakwe leader wa nyumba 10. Like tunakutrain wewe kama Mung'ala Mbuvi, for example, ukwe MCA wa hii area yetu. Ndio Nairobi County will represent certain issues. And I make sure we do that in as many wards as we can. Yes. We mentor as many MPs or aspirants as we can. So that come 2027 August 10th, my friend, ile mbogi tunasimamisha pale hivyo kwa ballot box. Yeni, even your local MP anaangalia nasema tu hii imeenda hii. Okay. Because number one, they have just got, then the vote has gone, literally. I believe that a lot will change if activists actually get into politics, active politics, not just active in the streets.
So I can give you some bit of input first. Yes. Tomorrow till 27, we are having a women human rights defenders convening. It's called an Imama. And these are the things we are discussing also. Yes. How do you put women in political spaces? We're having conversation also from a Pan-African level, the way I told you, through a comrade and Gift Ostalo from Zim. And also, how do you bring from protest to power, but at the same time understanding that we can't avoid talking politics.
True.
We can't avoid.
You should be in politics.
Yes, we can't avoid, but also we cannot be partisan.
You don't have to be partisan.
Yes, we cannot be partisan because ndo tusikue conflicted which mrengo unachukua, but politics where we are now we can't avoid.
I'm not saying that you ingia sijui 1 term 2 term.
But I'm with you.
And I agree with the UDA and ODM.
As Rachel point, not for the movement, I agree with you.
Yes.
That we should present ourselves in political spaces.
Yes. And you still have time. And guess what? You guys have been campaigning forever because you work with the communities like literally day in, day out. You don't even need to campaign. We already know you in our community. You're your MC. We'll vote for you.
Kwa hivyo utapigia activist kura?
Mimi by this kudanganya.
Siti, utapigia activist kura?
Mimi? Which one?
Mwenye atasimama na nakufurahisha na sera zake na amefanya kazi.
I actually don't vote for people because of their entertainment capacity.
But sasa si tumesema we are changing the narrative.
No, I'm actually simpler than that.
No, we're changing the narrative. And I'll call you, but then I'm serious. I'll call you guys.
I actually
when you organize this convening, you come, because also you can see things from outside, not from the same. And that's why I'm extending the invitation, even if it's not official.
If you invite me, Mikali, I will come. But I don't vote for people for all those strange reasons that you give. I vote for you because I know you. Yes, it's not really complicated.
Okay.
If I know you well, I know who I'm voting for. So yes.
And you know what they can and can't.
Yes, I know. I'm aware. Forget these things of you'll bring developments, you'll bring water. Forget those ones. Nakujua.
Mwikali,
Yes.
thank you so much.
Asante sana.
This is where we come to an end, folks. See you tomorrow, Wednesday, bright and early.